What if the fate of empires hinged not on armies, but on a single, audacious thought? In the year 1453, a boy of 21, a dark horse with a crown made of blood-soaked ambition, stood at the precipice of history itself. Mehmed II, a name whispered with reverence and fear, was poised to seize Constantinople, the jewel of the East. But was it rebellion or destiny that drove him? Was he a conqueror or a madman cloaked in the trappings of a prophet? A siege loomed, and the air crackled with the tension of 1,000 lives on the brink. Steel clashed against steel, but amid the roar of battle drums and the howl of cannon fire, something primal thrummed beneath the surface. The city, a labyrinth of intrigue and hidden passages, held secrets darker than the deepening shadows that cloaked its alleyways. A single spark could ignite a firestorm, and Mehmed was that spark, a ruthless genius fueled by insatiable hunger. What drove this enigmatic figure? A thirst for power? A longing for legacy? Or a deep-seated rage against the tides of history that sought to drown him? He wasn't merely a ruler, he was a riddle, wrapped in enigma, adorned in the finery of silk and the stench of gunpowder. A chessboard lay spread before him, each piece a life, each move a fateful decision that could spell ruin or glory. Yet, beneath the surface of this grand tapestry, a dark comedy unfolded. The Byzantine emperor, trapped within his crumbling sanctuary, resembled a beleaguered comedian fumbling for punchlines as the crowd roared for blood. Laughter mingled with despair. The absurdity of a world poised on the brink of annihilation had never felt so starkly hilarious. Mehmed, with a glint in his eye, orchestrated his plans with the finesse of a maestro conducting a symphony of chaos. Each cannon fired was a note struck, each soldier advancing, a dramatic crescendo leading to an inevitable climax. The final assault loomed, a day etched in blood and fire. Every step forward cracked the ground beneath him, each heartbeat echoing the pulse of a city that had endured centuries. What lurked behind those ancient walls? Could they hold the ghosts of 1,000 lost souls, or merely the echoes of forgotten laughter? Mehmed's resolve masked a chilling uncertainty. He was not just fighting for conquest but against the very spectre of failure that haunted every great leader. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the battlefield, the weight of history pressed down like a vice. Who would emerge from this maelstrom? Who would be remembered in the annals of time as either a hero or a villain? The clock ticked down, and with each passing second, the stakes grew higher, the air thicker with suspense. In that moment, would victory taste sweeter than vengeance, or would it rot on the tongue of the conqueror? The question lingers, gnawing at the edges of sanity, as Mehmed the Conqueror stepped into the pages of history, forever altering the course of an empire and the very fabric of time. Welcome to the dark, twisted tale of ambition and madness, where every heartbeat screams for resolution. A lone figure stands beneath the ancient shade of a gnarled tree, heart racing, the air thick with tension. Shadows flicker like anxious whispers against the backdrop of the setting sun, drenching the landscape in blood-red hues. The sky weeps with the promise of turmoil. Osman, his name a mere echo in the winds of his time, shifts uneasily. Hope and dread intertwine like the twisted roots beneath his feet, each pulse of the earth resonating with the tumult of impending change. I remember, he murmurs, voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking the name of his own fate could summon it forth. I remember the taste of fear. Beside him stands his closest friend, a warrior named Dundar, whose laughter once rang like a bell across the hills. Now, the laughter is gone, replaced by a heavy silence that gnaws at his insides. Dundar's hand is a comforting weight on Osman's shoulder, but it also bears the burden of their shared dreams. We could be kings, Dundar says, though his voice trembles as if the very air around them knows the folly of such aspirations. Or we could be nothing, ghosts lost to time. The words hang in the air, each syllable sharp enough to draw blood. In the distance, a village smolders, the remnants of lives lived and dreams dashed. The acrid scent of smoke curls into their lungs, a bitter reminder of the chaos that lies just beyond the horizon. Osman can almost taste the ash on his tongue, a grim seasoning for the ambitions that bloom in the hollows of his heart. They say the world is cruel, he muses, a wry smile creeping onto his lips that doesn't quite reach his eyes. I suppose we'll have to be crueler. The thought lingers, a dark echo in the expanse of his mind, pulsing with the rhythm of a future shrouded in uncertainty. As twilight descends, The shadows take form, figures that slip and slide between the trees, a tangible reminder of the dangers lurking in their wake. Osman's gaze sharpens, eyes narrowing as the weight of his family legacy presses down on him, an iron hand constricting around his throat. He thinks of his father, the leader who fought against the tides of conquerors, who wielded the sword like a painter with a brush, carving destinies with every stroke. I remember, the echo returns, tinged with longing. I remember the stories he told me, tales of empires built on blood and sand. What will our story be, Dundar? A harsh laugh erupts from Dundar, raw and unfiltered, a desperate attempt to lighten the oppressive air. Our story will be written with gold ink or the blood of our enemies, he declares, fists clenched, the fire within him flickering like the dying embers of a once raging flame. We will carve our names into history, like the knights of old. But even as the words spill from his lips, doubt casts its long shadow over his resolve. A chill winds through the trees, whispering secrets that only the night can hold. Osman shivers. There's something haunting about the darkness, a reminder that the past is never truly gone, only waiting, lurking in corners where light dares not tread. And what if we fail, he asks, the words a fragile thread stretched taut. What if we become mere ghosts, forgotten in the annals of time? The question hangs, suspended in the air, heavy with the weight of despair and desperation. Dundar's laughter falters, his bravado evaporating like mist at dawn, replaced by something more profound, a shared understanding of the stakes at play. The looming conflict with the Byzantine Empire, the hunger for power that gnaws at the core of men, the insatiable thirst for legacy. It's a game of thrones being played on a board of blood-soaked earth, and they are mere pieces, pawns in the grand design of fate. I will not be forgotten, Osman vows, the fire igniting in his chest once more. I will not fade into obscurity. He grips the hilt of his sword, a connection to the past, a promise to himself. The blade is cool against his palm, a reminder of the lives that have been forged and shattered by metal like this. I will make a name for us, for our people. His voice rises in defiance, each word heavy with purpose. Dundar nods, the fire rekindling in his own eyes, a flicker of conviction in the depths of uncertainty. But even as they stand together in that moment, the winds swirl ominously, carrying whispers of betrayal and strife. In the village, a figure watches from the shadows, eyes gleaming with malice, their fates already entwined in a tapestry woven with secrets and lies. Osman cannot know this yet, cannot foresee the betrayal that lurks like a coiled serpent ready to strike. All he feels is the pulse of destiny, a heartbeat in sync with his own. Around them, the world holds its breath, the night pregnant with possibilities. The stars blink into existence, cold and distant, a celestial audience to the drama unfolding below. Osman gazes up, his thoughts spiraling into the cosmos. What is fate if not a cruel jest, he wonders. A jest we will turn into a song of victory. Dundar, sensing that the moment is ripe for an omen, glances back at the smouldering village, the remnants of what was once a heartbeat of life. We will avenge them, he swears, voice low and fierce, and the world will remember their names. The conviction in his tone shatters the silence, a promise echoing into the void. As the night enfolds them, an ancient entity stirs, a spectre of ambition and despair, intertwining their lives with those who came before. Osman and Dundar stand at the precipice of an empire, their hearts a chaotic symphony of hope and dread, the winds of fate swirling ominously around their shoulders. The end of one story bleeds into the beginning of another, the ink still wet, the pages waiting to be written. And with each heartbeat, each breath, the narrative unfolds, an unbroken chain, a relentless cycle that echoes through the corridors of time. The shadows close in, and the darkness promises that this is just the beginning. The air crackled with a suffocating tension, thick as the smoke curling from the torches that lit the grand hall, flickering shadows dancing on the cold stone walls like specters of the past. Outside, the world was alive with the sounds of battle, the clang of swords, the cries of the fallen. Inside, young Mehmed's heart raced, pounding against his ribcage like a caged bird, desperate for freedom. He was just a boy, yet the weight of empires pressed on his small shoulders, the whispers of destiny curling around his spine, igniting a fire within him that he could neither understand nor control. "Father, please," came a voice, trembling yet fierce. It was his mother, Huma Hatun, her eyes wild with fear. The once gentle gaze that had filled Mehmed with warmth now bore the depth of an abyss, a chasm where love and terror collided. She stood at the edge of the room, her hands clenched tightly, knuckles white as they gripped the fabric of her gown. "He's just a child. You cannot, enough." The Sultan's command thundered, reverberating like the toll of a death knell. Mehmed's father, Murad II, loomed before them, his presence both formidable and terrifying, the very embodiment of the empire's might. His brow furrowed, and in that moment, Mehmed saw not a king but a man fractured by the burden of his crown, drowning in expectations. He must learn. The world will not wait for him to grow up. Enemies circle like vultures. But it was not just enemies that circled. It was the ghosts of generations, the weight of a legacy steeped in blood and sorrow. Each heartbeat echoed in Mehmed's ears, a reminder of how fragile life was, how fleeting. He could feel the thrumming of his pulse in the back of his throat as he stood between them, a silent witness to the clash of wills, a battleground of love and duty. "I remember," he thought, as memories flashed like lightning, his mother's laughter, echoing through the palace gardens, where the flowers bloomed bright and wild against the grey stone, where she had spun tales of heroes and monsters. I remember her warmth, her soft voice humming lullabies that soothed the monsters in my dreams. But now, those dreams felt distant, overshadowed by the harsh reality of a world where innocence had no place, where a boy could not remain a boy forever. The tension in the room was palpable, thick and sticky, a web that ensnared them all. His father's gaze turned to him, piercing, demanding. "You have a destiny, Mehmed. You carry the future of the empire within you. You must learn to be ruthless." His voice was a blade, cutting through the air, leaving a chill that wrapped around Mehmed's heart. Ruthless. The word echoed in his mind, swirling like a storm. What did it mean to be ruthless? To win at the cost of everything? To shed love like a snake sheds its skin? The idea gnawed at him, devouring the remnants of his childhood, leaving only a void, a hunger for something he could not name. Huma Hatun stepped forward, defiance igniting her eyes, fierce as a lioness protecting her cub. "He is but a child, Murad. Will you teach him to be a monster?" Her voice cracked, the resolve in it wavering under the weight of despair. "Is that what you want him to be?" Mehmed's heart twisted, torn between his mother's love, a soft, nurturing balm, and the cold, harsh reality of his father's ambition. He felt like a ship caught in a storm, tossed between the waves of longing and expectation. Tears prickled at the corners of his eyes, but he blinked them away, refusing to let them fall. He was a prince, destined for greatness, yet the very thought made him tremble, the enormity of it threatening to pull him under. Then a sound shattered the silence, a distant scream, sharp and piercing, like the cry of a wounded animal. It sliced through the tension, sending a jolt of adrenaline coursing through Mehmed's veins. His breath hitched as he realized that outside, the world was burning. Enemies had breached the walls, ravenous for power, and the chaos was creeping ever closer. "Mother! Father!" he cried out, his voice raw, desperation clawing at his throat. "What do I do? What can I do?" But the words felt hollow, echoing back to him in the vastness of the hall, swallowed by the shadows that seemed to close in, hungry for their moment. In that instant, the room transformed into a cage, the walls closing in, the shadows growing deeper. His mother's eyes glimmered with an unspoken fear, while his father's face hardened, set like stone, resolute. "You will learn, my son," he said, voice steady. "You will learn that mercy is a luxury we cannot afford." And there it was, the chasm that would forever separate them, a gaping maw of conflicting desires, of a love that couldn't save them from the fate that awaited. Mehmed felt the ground slip beneath him, the weight of expectations pressing down, crushing, suffocating. He wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens, to howl at the moon that bore witness to the chaos, but all he could do was stand there, a spectator to his own destiny. "I remember," he whispered, clutching at the memories of laughter and warmth of a childhood slipping away, as the world outside became a cacophony, a twisted symphony of war and blood. "I remember when it was easy to dream. But dreams were for the innocent, and innocence was a luxury he could no longer afford." As the shadows lengthened and the cries of battle surged like a tide, Mehmed felt the first stirrings of something dark and powerful within him. A flicker of understanding, a recognition that the lines between love and hate, duty and desire, were blurring. The night stretched before him, alive with the promise of chaos and the haunting whispers of what was yet to come. And for the first time, he understood, the rise of Mehmed II had begun with a choice that would echo through the annals of time. The throne room was a cacophony of clashing steel and desperate cries. I could barely breathe as I pressed my back against the cold stone wall, the chill creeping into my bones like the dread that consumed me. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, twisting into grotesque shapes that seemed to mock the very idea of power. The air smelled of blood and sweat, thick as a drowning dream. A sword fell, clattering to the floor like a heartbeat stilled. I remember the moment vividly, my mother's face twisted in anguish as she clutched the remnants of her crown, its jewels glistening with the tears of countless betrayals. She was my queen, but in that moment, stripped of her power, she looked every bit a ghost. I felt a pang of fear. Who would protect her now that the wolves had breached the gates? Across the room, my brother, Ewan, stood as a pillar of defiance. He was tall and dark-haired, a brooding storm cloaked in royal finery. But I could see the cracks in his armor, the way his fingers trembled on the hilt of his sword, at odds with the fierce resolve etched on his face. Ewan had always been the pride of our lineage, the chosen one. Yet now, I saw the silent whispers of doubt creeping into his gaze as he faced the gathering horde. "Stand firm," he shouted, the sound reverberating through the chaos. But his voice lacked the conviction we all longed for. I could feel the weight of expectation pressing down on us, like the oppressive shadows surrounding the flickering flames. Our father had fallen, and with him, the last vestiges of our family's honor. I wanted to scream, to pull Ewan back from the precipice of desperation. But I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by my own fear. I remember the bitter taste of betrayal, it lingered in my mouth like ash. Our allies had turned against us, their smiles a thin veneer that concealed daggers. I had glimpsed their treachery in the quiet moments, the whispered conversations, the furtive glances exchanged behind closed doors. They wanted the throne, and they'd spill blood to claim it. A figure emerged from the darkness, cloaked in shadows, eyes alight with malice. Lord Kellen, a viper in our midst, had once been a friend to our family, now the architect of our demise. As he raised his sword, its blade glinting with the promise of violence, I felt a rush of anger surge within me. "No!" I cried out, though my voice was lost in the clamor. Ewan lunged forward, his movements fluid yet desperate, but I could see the weight of his hesitation. He was not just fighting for the throne, he was grappling with the legacy of our family, a heritage stained with blood and ambition. I felt a yearning to be beside him, to share in the burden, but instead, I remained a spectator to our own tragedy. The clash of metal rang like a funeral dirge, echoing through the hall. Each strike was a heartbeat, each collision a reminder of our impending doom. I could feel the walls closing in, the weight of our lineage pressing upon my chest. Ewan faced Kellen, the two of them locked in a deadly dance, two sides of a coin, one destined for glory, the other for ruin. "Brother, watch out!" I screamed, the words spilling from my lips in a desperate plea. But even as I did, I knew my voice was just another echo in the chaos. It was then that I remembered the stories my father used to tell, tales of kings and queens, of battles won and lost, of bloodlines forged in fire. Power is a fickle mistress, he had warned. She rewards the bold but devours the weak. Ewan was bold, but even the bold can falter. I watched as Kellen feigned a strike, Ewan's instincts taking over, his body responding before his mind could catch up. The opening was a breath, a heartbeat, and then I saw it, the fatal flaw that would seal our fates. Time shifted, stretched like the fabric of reality itself. I felt the world slow as I watched the moment unfold, the blade glinting like a star fallen from the heavens. Ewan's eyes widened, a mixture of realization and horror. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the storm of chaos. And then, silence. The world held its breath. Ewan fell to his knees, clutching his side, his fingers stained crimson. I felt the ground beneath me tremble, the weight of despair crashing over me like a tidal wave. This wasn't just a battle, it was the end of everything I had ever known. As I stumbled forward, a scream clawing its way out of my throat, I caught sight of Kellen's triumphant grin. "Power is mine," he bellowed, a chilling proclamation that echoed through the halls like a death knell. I could see it now, the twisted ambition that had consumed him, the ruthless drive for dominance that had stripped away his humanity. But in that moment, as Ewan gasped for air, I felt a surge of something greater, an unyielding fury mixing with sorrow, a burning desire to reclaim what was rightfully ours. I lunged forward, adrenaline coursing through my veins, a reckless abandon guiding my hand as I grabbed a weapon left abandoned on the floor. I would not let this be the end. The world around me blurred, the shadows closing in, the cries of despair morphing into a haunting melody. I could feel the pulse of history thrumming in my ears, the ghosts of our ancestors urging me onward. Power was not a throne, it was a fire, and I would set the world ablaze if I had to. "Together!" I shouted, my voice cutting through the darkness. As I locked eyes with my brother, I saw the flicker of determination ignite within him, a spark that echoed my own. In that fleeting moment, amid the chaos and the blood, I knew we would fight, not just for the throne, but for our family, for our legacy. And so, we charged, two hearts beating as one, ready to reclaim the power that had been ripped from our hands. The throne was waiting, and we would not surrender without a fight. The battle had only just begun. The stone walls of Constantinople loomed like 1,000 angry ghosts, shivering beneath a crimson sky. Night was falling. The wind howled, a banshee's wail that seemed to echo the restless heart of Mehmed II, a young sultan teetering on the brink of legend. He stood on the battlements, breath visible in the chill, feeling the weight of the empire pressing down on his shoulders. Every pulse of his heart matched the tremor of the earth beneath him as if fate itself quivered, waiting for a command. He had dreamt of this city, of its golden domes and its winding alleys filled with whispers of ancient glory. But dreams can be cruel. They can gnaw at your soul, claw their way into your thoughts. I remember the nights I spent tossing in my bed, haunted by visions of the city slipping from my grasp like sand through fingers. What is an empire without its heart? A body without a spirit? As I stood there, the chill of the stone seeped into my bones, and I felt the pulse of history, the weight of every life lost, every hope crushed beneath the relentless wheel of ambition. Beside him, a figure emerged from the shadows, Giovanni, a seasoned soldier with scars etched deep into his sun-baked skin, haunted eyes that spoke of battles fought and lost. Giovanni had once been a proud knight of the Byzantine Empire, but history is a fickle mistress, and now he was a ghost of a man, bound to a new master. "Sultan," he murmured, his voice like gravel. "The night grows thick with dread. The people know, they can feel it." "Their fear is my ally," Mehmed replied, his voice steady, but inside, uncertainty gnawed at him. Was he a conqueror or merely a boy playing at kingship, wielding a sword he didn't fully understand? Giovanni's presence was more than a shadow, it was a reminder of the lives resting on Mehmed's ambition. Each heartbeat a countdown, every tick of the clock a reminder that time does not bend easily to dreams. And then, like thunder rolling in from the distance, the cries of the crowd swelled, a cacophony of despair and hope entwined. I remember, I whispered to myself, the day I first heard that sound. It was the murmur of the city, alive with possibility. The streets had a rhythm, a pulse, a heartbeat that was in sync with my own. But that pulse had grown erratic, the citizens were lost in their own labyrinth of fear. As Mehmed peered into the darkening streets, he saw a woman, a mother cradling her child in her arms, her face a mask of anguish. "Will we survive this storm?" she whispered to the night, her voice trembling like a fragile branch in a tempest. Mehmed felt a surge of emotion, the weight of her question pressing against his chest like a vice. He wanted to tell her that everything would be all right, that the dawn would break with golden light, but the truth was a flickering candle in the winds of uncertainty. "Giovanni," he said, voice low, almost lost in the wind. "Do they still believe in me?" The soldier turned, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Belief is a fragile thing, my Sultan. It flutters like a bird, but the cage of fear is strong." Mehmed's heart raced as he recalled the whispers of his late father, shadows of teachings that felt like chains wrapping around his ambition. "You must be more than a conqueror. "You must be a savior," his father had said, words lingering like smoke. But how was he to save when his very ambition threatened to consume him? The weight of two worlds pressed down on him. As the night deepened, the shadows danced, and the air thickened with anticipation. He could almost hear the city itself, breathing. It was a living thing, full of hope and despair, pulsating with dreams unrealized. I remember, I thought, the first time I looked into her eyes, my beloved city, both a sanctuary and a prison. The battle would come, that much was certain. The armies, like dark clouds, gathered on the horizon, their banners snapping in the wind. Each man, each warrior, was a prayer carved in flesh, asking for glory, for redemption. And yet, with every clash of swords, every cry of Allahu Akbar, Mehmed felt a knot tighten in his gut. Would victory forge his legend or shatter it into a million irreparable pieces? Would he be the hammer or the anvil? A flicker of hope, a flicker of doubt. Giovanni stood beside him, his presence a lifeline. "What if we falter?" he asked, voice thick with emotion. "What if we become the very thing we seek to conquer?" The question hung in the air, heavy as a leaden sky. "Then we will rise again," Mehmed replied, resolve hardening in his heart. Like the phoenix. In that moment, the world around them faded, the impending storm of war reduced to a distant murmur. Mehmed closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of the city under his feet, and he saw flashes of what could be a future where he was not just a ruler, but a part of the very fabric of Constantinople, woven into its history like gold thread. The moment shattered as a sudden explosion of light illuminated the horizon, cannons roaring to life, a symphony of chaos that sent a jolt through his veins. Time splintered, the present colliding with the past, visions blurring into a tapestry of sound and fury. "Now," he shouted, the word a roar, primal scream that echoed through the night. The city was awake now, alive with the energy of battle, hearts pounding in unison. "Now we fight for our dreams." The air crackled with tension, fear transformed into fire, and as he gripped the hilt of his sword, he felt the weight of history behind him. This was not just a battle, it was a reckoning. With the first clash of metal against metal, everything shifted, the world spinning in a chaotic dance. Dreams and nightmares, blood and glory, all woven together in the fabric of a night that would change everything. I remember the dawn of that day. The sun broke through the clouds, casting golden light over a city that had awaited its fate. But the shadows still lingered, whispering promises and threats, and as I stood on the precipice, I knew this was only the beginning. The dream was alive, and its echoes would haunt us long after the dust settled. The weight of the world hung like a black shroud over the city. Clouds, pregnant with the promise of a storm, rolled in from the Sea of Marmara, casting shadows that stretched like dark fingers across the battlements of Constantinople. I remember standing there, the salty air biting at my skin, breath hitching in my throat as the low rumble of distant thunder whispered a warning, a prelude to the chaos that was to come. It felt like the city itself held its breath, poised on the edge of an abyss. Across the ramparts, I saw him, Giovanni, my closest friend, pacing like a caged lion, hands running through his hair, every step a testament to his fear. "They think they can break us," he murmured, eyes aflame with a desperate intensity. "But we are the walls. We are the heart of this city." But even as he spoke, doubt flickered in his gaze, a shadow that threatened to consume him from within. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from that precipice. Yet, it was not just the threat of the Ottomans that gnawed at us, it was the specter of our own failures. The whispers of betrayal wrapped around us like a noose, tightening with each passing day. The allies we once counted on had turned their backs, leaving us alone to face an empire hell-bent on our annihilation. "Do you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, as the first drops of rain began to fall, heavy and foreboding. The rhythmic drumming on the stones felt like the march of death itself. It was not just the rain, it was something deeper, an echo of the countless hearts that had beaten for this city, now as silent as the tombs that lined its outskirts. Giovanni stopped, turned to me, eyes glistening. "What do you mean?" "Silence," I breathed. "The silence of the people. They are afraid. It seeps into their bones, and with it, hope. Hope. Such a fragile thing. Once, it had danced in the eyes of the citizens, a flickering candle against the dark. Now it faltered, dimmed by the weight of impending doom. I remembered the laughter, the markets vibrant with color, voices ringing out like music. Now, those echoes seemed like distant ghosts, haunting the alleys, the homes. And then there was Theodora, our fierce leader, yet burdened by the crown she wore so heavily. I could see her from the height of the walls, a figure composed yet strained, gathering what remained of our fractured defenses. I remember her eyes, dark and stormy, reflecting the tempest brewing both outside and within. "We will not yield," she proclaimed, voice resolute. But who would believe her now? In her heart, she carried the weight of every soul in the city, a responsibility that threatened to crush her. I wanted to tell her that I believed, that we all did. But the words caught in my throat, a lump of fear and doubt that refused to budge. "Do you think they will come tonight?" Giovanni's voice broke into my thoughts. "They have come already," I replied, the truth slicing through the air between us. "They come with every heartbeat, every breath, waiting for our surrender." The wind howled, a mournful cry that echoed our fears. The rain fell harder now, soaking our clothes, drenching the stones beneath our feet. It felt like a baptism, cleansing yet foreboding. It was a reminder of the blood that would soon stain our streets, the price of a city unwilling to bow. I remember the faces of those I loved, the faces of children playing in the streets, oblivious to the gathering storm. The laughter of lovers, the dreams of artisans, all now threads of a tapestry threatened to be torn apart. How could I tell them that none of it mattered if we fell? Yet, how could I let them see my own fear? Theodora's voice broke through the roar of the storm, calling us to gather, to prepare. Her determination was a beacon in the night, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that it was all for naught. The weight of the world pressed down on us, and each heartbeat was a countdown to an inevitable conclusion. "We will not be forgotten," she declared, but her voice cracked. I saw it in her eyes, the flicker of doubt, the fear that perhaps she was leading us to our graves. The silence crept back, wrapping its cold fingers around my heart. What did it mean to fight for a city whose walls had begun to feel like a prison? I thought of the tales I'd heard, of heroes and legends who had stood against insurmountable odds. Where were they now? Could I be brave, too? A part of me longed for glory, yet another part shivered at the thought of being buried beneath the rubble of our own dreams. I reached for Giovanni's shoulder, grounding myself in the warmth of his presence. "We will stand, won't we?" I asked, desperation coating my words. "Together," he affirmed, though even he faltered, his gaze drifting to the horizon where darkness loomed. The wind howled again, a cacophony of despair and fury, each gust a reminder of our fragility. In that fleeting moment, I felt time stretch, a yawning chasm where fear and resolve danced together in a macabre waltz. Shadows twisted at the edges of my vision, memories flashing like lightning, a fleeting childhood, the taste of sweet figs, the embrace of a lover lost to time. They were ghosts now, just as we would be if we fell. And the rain fell, like tears from the heavens, as we prepared for the onslaught, the siege that would come not just from without, but from within. The city trembled, and so did we, caught in the grip of an unrelenting tide, as the echoes of our hearts beat on, a haunting reminder of what was at stake. The storm raged, and with it came the dawn of an era that would change us all. Would we survive? Would we be remembered? For now, all I could do was stand against the abyss, praying that our resolve would be as strong as the walls that surrounded us. But I knew, deep down, that this was just the beginning, and the confrontation we dreaded loomed ever closer, like a spectre waiting to claim its due. The air hung heavy, a thick fog of tension that clawed at the throat, stifling breath and hope. The night was alive, but the silence was deafening, broken only by the distant whisper of gears and the muffled cries of the wounded. I stood there, heart racing, the ground trembling beneath my feet as if the earth itself anticipated the carnage to come. In that moment, as shadows danced under the flickering torches, I could feel the weight of history pressing down like a funeral shroud. He came into view, Corwin, a man haunted not by nightmares but by the very real specters of war that clung to him like a second skin. His hands were covered in dirt and blood, remnants of battles fought and won, or perhaps lost. The gleam of resolve in his eyes flickered uncertainly, a candle fighting against a windstorm. I remember how he hesitated, that split second of doubt that caught in his throat, a choking guilt that whispered, "What have I done?" "Do you hear it?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper, as if the shadows were listening. "The rumble of the siege engines? It's like the heartbeat of the earth, and it knows no mercy." I did hear it, a guttural roar echoing through the valley, the sound of iron and intent, the grinding of machinery threatening to breach the walls of our enemy. But what was a wall, really? Just a pile of stone, a flimsy promise of safety, soon to be shattered by the merciless might of artillery. I could feel the fear clawing at my insides, a ravenous beast that demanded to be fed. The faces of those I loved danced in my mind like ghosts, each one a reminder of what lay at stake. And then there was Alizia, standing at the edge of the camp, her silhouette sharp against the dying embers of the fire. She held a crossbow with a determination that belied her trembling hands. A fierce warrior, but also a woman torn, caught between duty and the haunting memories of laughter and warmth that felt so far away. Her heart was a battlefield, each beat a reminder of the brother she had lost to the very machine she now wielded. I can't do this," she whispered, more to herself than to anyone else, but the confession hung heavy in the air. "What if he's on the other side?" Her brother's name was a ghost that haunted her, a phantom that twisted in her gut. I remember her eyes, glassy with unshed tears, reflecting the flickering torchlight as she pulled the bowstring taut. In that moment, Alizia was both fierce and fragile, a warrior poised to unleash death yet longing for the sweetness of life. Together, we stood in this liminal space, a fragile truce between the hope for peace and the inevitability of violence. The siege engines loomed behind us, monstrous and majestic, a testament to humanity's relentless quest for destruction. Their great wooden frames creaked like ancient trees, whispering secrets of power and ruin. I could almost hear them chuckling, as if they knew the havoc they would wreak, the lives they would consume. "Remember the stories they told us as children?" Corwin's voice broke through the haze of my thoughts. The tales of heroes and their glorious conquests, of castles falling like sandcastles before the tide? This is our story now, only it feels so much darker, so much heavier. I nodded, trapped in the echoes of those childhood tales, where valor was painted with strokes of glory, and death was merely a plot twist. But here, amid the tension and the dread, I knew the truth was far more sinister. Each thud of the artillery's approach felt like a countdown, the shadows of the past converging, dragging with them the weight of our choices. As the first shot rang out, a thunderous roar that shook the ground beneath me, I felt it reverberate through my bones, a siren's call, both terrifying and exhilarating. I watched as the stone projectiles soared through the air, carving arcs of death, colliding with the enemy's wall in a cacophony of destruction. The world exploded into chaos, dust and screams mingled in a macabre dance. In that moment, time fractured like glass. I saw Alizia fire her crossbow, the bolt flying true, a momentary spark of triumph in the inferno. But her victory was fleeting, for in the chaos, a figure, unmistakably her brother, was flung into the air, a ragdoll in the grip of fate. The world slowed, and my heart shattered as Alizia's face contorted in disbelief. I felt her anguish pierce through the chaos like lightning, a raw, visceral agony that transcended the noise around us. "Eno," she screamed, a sound that ripped through the night like a banshee's wail. It was a sound that echoed deep within me, awakening a primal fear, a fear of losing everything that mattered. I remember the stark horror on Corwin's face as he turned to her, as if he could somehow shield her from the truth, from the devastation of their shared past. But he couldn't, none of us could. We were ensnared in this web of war, each of us a fragile thread ready to snap. Then came the moment of reckoning. I stood with them, caught in a whirlwind of raw emotions, torn between the impulse to flee and the duty to fight. The artillery thundered on, a relentless assault on our very souls. The city beyond the walls trembled beneath the weight of our ambition. Shadows danced in the flickering firelight, ghosts of the past beckoning us to remember, even as we hurtled toward an uncertain future. Together, Corwin shouted, voice rising above the tumult, each syllable a lifeline thrown into a turbulent sea. "We fight together. For them. For us." But even as the rallying cry pierced the chaos, I felt the chasm of uncertainty widen. What did it mean to fight for a future built on the ruins of so many lives? The echoes of our choices, the ghosts of our past, loomed large, whispering the secrets of what lay ahead. In that bleak moment, as the siege engines roared, as the shadows of those we lost hovered in the corners of our minds, I knew instinctively that this was only the beginning. The world spun around us, a kaleidoscope of emotions and hopes, blending into the grey of impending doom. The artillery would continue to thunder, the siege would rage on, and we would be left grappling with the weight of our own humanity, caught in the relentless cycle of war. And in that darkness, we stood together, trembling yet resolute, knowing that the only way forward was through the storm. The air hung thick with an unbearable silence, the kind that wraps around your lungs and squeezes until you can barely breathe. A lone crow cawed in the distance, its call like a warning bell, echoing through the stillness of the night. I stood at the edge of the ramparts, the cold stone biting into my palms, and watched as the shadows of the trees twisted against the pale light of the moon. This was it. The hour had come. The siege was upon us, and all that remained was the question of how much blood would be spilled, our blood, theirs, or perhaps both. I remember the first time I saw Nora. She had been standing by the well, her hair catching the sun like spun gold, laughter spilling from her lips. Now, that laughter felt like a ghost, haunting the hollow spaces of my mind. She had been my anchor, my light cutting through the impending darkness, but now all that glimmered was the edge of her sword, gleaming under the moonlight. She didn't smile anymore. The weight of impending doom pressed down on her shoulders, just as it pressed heavily on mine. "Are we ready?" Her voice was barely a whisper, like the rustle of leaves in a haunted forest. "We have to be," I replied, though the tremor in my voice betrayed me. But readiness has nothing to do with the number of arrows in our quivers or the strength of our walls. It's about heart. And right now, it feels like our hearts are made of stone. She turned away, her jaw clenched, and I could see the battle raging in her eyes, a tempest of fear and resolve. I knew what she was thinking, how we had trained for this moment, how we had prepared for every possible scenario. But preparation felt like a cruel joke. No strategy could account for the gut-wrenching uncertainty that came with knowing that in mere hours, we might be fighting for our lives, or worse, fighting against one another. At that moment, I remembered the first time I held a sword, the thrill coursing through my veins like wildfire. I had thought it would be an adventure, a chance to prove myself. But now it felt like a shackle, binding me to a fate I never wanted. The blade was a reflection of my own fears, a razor's edge of life and death, waiting for the inevitable strike. "Look at them," Nora said, breaking through my spiraling thoughts, her voice steely with a resolve that felt both foreign and familiar. "They think they can take what's ours, that they can break us. But we're stronger than they realize." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to feel that strength coursing through my own veins, but doubt snaked around my heart like ivy, choking me slowly. Across the valley, the enemy camp flickered with torches, a sea of fiery eyes that watched us with the hunger of wolves. The shadows danced, and I imagined the faces of those men, each one a story, each one a life, much like ours. And then there was Thomas, pacing like a caged beast behind me, his hands trembling. He had always been the clever one, the strategist who could save us with words as easily as with weapons. "We can't hold them," he rasped, his voice a low growl of desperation. "They're too many. They've brought siege engines, a battering ram that could punch through our walls like a knife through butter. We need to think of another way." "Another way?" I echoed, my heart pounding. "What other way is there? A game of riddles?" "A riddle could hardly stop a ram, Thomas." He paused, his eyes flaring with a mix of fear and anger. "Maybe we need to lure them away. If we can draw them toward the river, we can set traps and ambush them. We can't let them know we're afraid." "Afraid?" Nora scoffed, her eyes narrowing. "Fear is a luxury we can't afford. We either stand and fight or die trying. There's no room for strategy in cowardice." I watched them, the tension between them like a tightrope strung over a chasm. I felt the weight of their conflict pressing against my chest, the pressure building, threatening to explode. Each moment passed slowly, like the ticking of a clock counting down to our demise. I remembered the stories of heroes, those gallant souls who stared into the abyss and emerged victorious. But deep down, I knew, this was not a fairy tale, and we were not invincible. The blood that would stain our hands was not the glorious crimson of triumph, but the haunting scarlet of despair. As the moon climbed higher, casting long shadows across the ramparts, I saw them preparing. The enemy, oblivious to our internal turmoil, sharpened their swords, tightened their grip on the hilt, as if they could sense the tremor of fear emanating from our walls. I could feel the chill creeping in, like the fingers of winter wrapping around my heart. Nora and Thomas stood before me, each a part of the fractured puzzle of my soul. I couldn't choose between them. I couldn't choose between hope and despair, between courage and terror. The line between love and fear blurred, as thick and dark as the night sky above. The wind picked up, howling through the battlements, a mournful symphony that echoed the pain within us. I didn't know how much time we had left. All I knew was that the world was about to break apart, and we would either be swallowed by the chaos or emerge from it, forever changed. And as I stared into the abyss, I felt a fire ignite within me. It was a flame of defiance, a whisper of purpose. I would not let fear dictate my actions. I would not let the shadows consume me. Whatever happens, I said, my voice steadying, we face it together. We fight as one. We may fall, but we will not break. Nora nodded, determination flooding her gaze. Thomas gripped his sword, his mind racing with strategies that might just save us. The siege was beginning, and the weight of our choices hung heavy in the air, looming like the storm clouds gathering on the horizon. We stood at the precipice of fate, and the world trembled beneath our feet as we prepared to confront the darkness. The night was alive with chaos, and we were ready to meet it head-on. The clock ticked down, and we could feel the world shifting beneath us, an earthquake of emotions, hearts pounding in sync as we embraced the storm that was to come. The clash of steel resonates like thunder in the suffocating darkness of that night. I can still hear it, the frantic rhythm of heartbeats echoing like war drums, the air thick with the acrid stench of sweat and blood. Shadows dance against ancient stones, flickering like dying embers. This was the moment, the climax of a storm that had been brewing for years, yet it felt like a cruel trick of fate. I remember standing there, a mere spectator cloaked in the whispers of my own dread. In the heart of the fray, I saw Kadir. He moved like a wraith, a janissary forged in the crucible of pain and loyalty. His face was a mask of determination, eyes like molten gold, burning with the ferocity of a man who had everything to lose. I felt that fire radiate, it seared the air, igniting something deep within me. Kadir was not just a soldier, he was the embodiment of an empire, an elite force bound by duty, yet haunted by dreams of freedom he would never know. But it wasn't just Kadir. No, there was also Elif, a woman carved from the same stone. She was fierce, with an edge of sorrow that made her beauty sharp as a dagger. Her hands trembled slightly as she gripped her sword, a lady who had learned to wield it in a world where softness was a curse. I had watched her slay her fears, one by one, yet here in this moment, she was unraveling. Her heart was a prisoner beneath layers of steel and blood. The Janissaries were elite forces, yes, but what of their souls? What of her soul? I remember the night sky trembling with the approach of chaos. The moon hung above like an eye, witnessing the carnage unfold. There was a moment, a heartbeat, perhaps, when time stood still. Kadir locked eyes with Elif, a silent understanding passing between them, but it felt like a weight, a burden that neither could bear alone. The air crackled with tension, it was a fragile tether, fraying at the edges. They were warriors, champions of the empire, yet the shadows whispered secrets of treachery and sacrifice. "Remember, Kadir," Elif shouted over the cacophony, her voice fierce and raw, "we are more than this. More than puppets in their game." Her words sliced through the noise, a desperate plea tinged with the bitterness of truth. But what did it matter? The empire had forged them, broken their wills and rebuilt them in the image of the ruling class. They were elite, yes, but at what cost? I felt a chill creep down my spine, a creeping realization that the bonds of brotherhood and sisterhood were forged in the fires of oppression. Kadir's jaw clenched, muscles taut as he nodded almost imperceptibly, a promise, a commitment to something greater than himself. Yet the gnawing doubt in his heart was palpable. Could he protect the very world that had enslaved him? As the battle surged, I became aware of the grotesque ballet of death around us. Soldiers fell like autumn leaves, their cries swallowed by the earth. The drumbeat of war echoed in my mind, a relentless reminder of mortality. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, every sword swing, every clash, a note in a dissonant symphony. The Janissaries were the empire's elite, but within them lay the seeds of rebellion, a whisper beneath the roar. Qadir lunged forward, his blade glistening, caught in the moonlight like a serpent ready to strike. I held my breath, suspended in that fleeting moment, a moment that stretched into eternity. He fought with the ferocity of a cornered beast, but even the fiercest creatures fall. Each stroke of his sword was a silent scream, echoing the conflict raging within. Loyalty versus freedom, duty versus desire. I felt my heart race, caught in the duality of his struggle. And then there was Elif. She was a tempest, a whirlwind of rage and sorrow, cutting through the enemy ranks. Blood splattered across her face, painting her features with the cruel artistry of war. Every swing of her sword was a manifestation of her pain, a desperate grasp at a life lost to the shadows. She was a warrior, but her heart bled for the man she fought beside, the one she feared might never return from this hell. "Stay with me, Qadir." Her voice rang out, a haunting melody amidst the chaos. I saw him falter for a heartbeat, a ghost of doubt crossing his features. I felt the air grow thick, as if time itself was roaring in protest. History hung in the balance, with every fallen Janissary, another dream extinguished. But what did it mean to be elite when you were but a pawn in a game of kings? I could see it in their eyes, Qadir's glint of hope, Elif's flicker of despair. The Empire had turned them into instruments of war, yet beneath the surface simmered a longing, a yearning for something more, something that felt almost cosmic in its weight. They were forged by fire, yet the flames whispered rebellion, a dark promise intertwined with loyalty. The clash of steel continued, and in that moment, as chaos reigned supreme, I felt a profound silence inside me, a void that echoed the conflict around. The battle was a mirror, reflecting the turmoil within each Janissary, duty and freedom, love and loss. It was suffocating, yet electrifying. But then, in a heartbeat, the unspeakable happened. A flash of darkness. A scream. Elif fell, her body crumpling like a marionette with severed strings. Time fractured, the world spun on its axis. Qadir's scream pierced through the din, a sound of pure, raw anguish. I felt it resonate within me, a ghostly echo of despair that clawed at my insides. "No!" He lunged toward her, a desperate act against fate's cruel hand. The battle faded into a blur, and in that moment, nothing mattered but Elif. I could almost taste the salt of Qadir's tears, they mingled with the blood-soaked earth, a sacramental offering to a world that demanded sacrifice. The Empire was vast, but the weight of their loss felt insurmountable, a chasm that widened with each falling star. Qadir knelt beside her, cradling her head as if she were the most precious thing in the universe. "We were meant for more," he whispered, the words fragile yet fierce. And in that moment, the Janissaries were no longer just elite forces, they were human, flawed and imperfect, struggling against the overwhelming tide of a fate they did not choose. They were warriors wrapped in shadows, caught in a web of loyalty, love, and loss. The night consumed us all, wrapping us in darkness, a silence that felt like the end and yet was only the beginning. In the midst of the chaos, the blood, the steel, the cries, I felt the air thrum with a promise, a dark secret that lingered just out of reach. There were no answers, no resolutions, only a haunting echo of what was lost and what dared to rise. Time pressed forward, leaving only the promise of dawn, a cruel reminder that the fight was far from over. The sun hung low, a molten orange orb teetering on the horizon, casting long shadows across the battered stone of the city's ancient walls. I felt the tremor beneath my feet, a distant, thrumming heartbeat of siege engines, each thud a reminder that we were alive only by the grace of these defenses. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and fear, mingling with the acrid scent of smoke rising from the camps of the enemy. I could hear the clang of swords against shields, the frantic shouts of men, and the sharp, chilling cry of a lone falcon overhead, its shadow darting across the ground like a harbinger of doom. I stood beside Theodora, her eyes wide, a mixture of dread and determination. She was no warrior, but she wore her courage like armor. A seamstress by trade, she had crafted countless garments for the nobles of Constantinople, stitching dreams into silks. Yet now, her hands trembled, and I could see the faintest shadow of a tear streaking her dust-streaked cheek. I reached for her, and she flinched. "No more dreams, Theodora." "Only this fight," I murmured, my voice barely rising above the chaos. My heart raced within my chest like a caged beast, every thump a reminder of the stakes. But it was Antonio's, a soldier whose laughter once filled the taverns of the city, who haunted my thoughts. He had arrived at the walls with a swagger, his words laced with bravado. "These walls have stood for centuries. We are invincible." Yet now, that bravado lay shattered like glass. I remembered his last words to me, before the siege began, words that echo like ghosts in my mind: "I'll see you on the other side, my friend." I could see him now, just beyond the battlements, his sword raised high, a flicker of fear in his eyes, the weight of the world pressing down on shoulders that once bore a carefree laugh. I wanted to scream, to shout for him to come back, to run inside those walls where safety lay in shadows. But the walls, oh, those magnificent, crumbling walls, were both a bastion and a prison. They protected us from the onslaught outside but trapped our hearts in an ever-spiraling descent into despair. Each stone felt alive, telling tales of past glories and, now, haunting failures, a memory of when the heart of the city pulsed with life, not fear. The enemy's catapults groaned, their massive arms swinging like pendulums of fate. The sound reverberated through my bones as I watched the first stones fly through the air, slicing through the dusk like whispers of impending doom. The city's defenders braced themselves, tightening their grips on spears and bows, their faces grim masks of resolve. I felt the tension rise, the air charged with anticipation, a storm brewing in the hearts of men. "Stay close," I urged Theodora, my own voice trembling. She nodded, though her gaze flickered toward the horizon, drawn to the flames rising from the enemy camp. "What if they break through?" she whispered, her voice barely a wisp against the chaos. "They won't," I lied, clenching my fists. But deep within, I harbored a gnawing doubt, a dark specter that whispered of betrayal, of the walls crumbling beneath the weight of time and war. I remembered the stories of the past, of enemies who had come before, how they had clawed at the stones, their desperate fingers seeking entry, their hearts fueled by anger, loss, and desperation. Were we so different? Were we not just shadows, dancing on the edge of despair? And then, Antonio's fell. It was not a grand moment but a quiet tragedy. A whisper of a scream escaped his lips as he staggered back, blood blossoming on his tunic, a stark red against the grey stone. I felt my heart lurch, a visceral pang of loss that clawed at my throat, choking the breath from my lungs. I stood frozen, paralyzed, while the world erupted around me, the clash of metal, the cries of the wounded, as if the very walls groaned under the weight of our anguish. Time twisted and warped, moments stretching into eternity. Theodora clutched my arm, her nails biting into my flesh, grounding me amidst the chaos. "We have to go to him," she pleaded, her voice a desperate plea against the backdrop of despair. I shook my head, unable to tear my gaze away from Antonio's, who lay slumped against the stones, his laughter silenced, his dreams extinguished. "We can't," I whispered, the gravity of the moment pressing down on me. The walls felt like they were closing in, the cries of the dying echoing in my head like a haunting refrain. "If we leave our posts, we risk everything." The fear coursed through me, an icy tendril wrapping around my heart. But guilt clawed at my insides, a feral beast demanding to be fed. The walls had stood for centuries, built by ancient hands that knew the weight of history, yet here we were, on the brink of collapse, crumbling not just under enemy fire but under the weight of our own fragility. Each stone bore witness to the battles fought, the lives lost, and now, the air was thick with the scent of desperation, a pungent reminder that even the strongest defenses could falter. Yet, I remembered the stories, the legends of the past, of heroes who had stood where I stood now, of triumphs born from despair. The thought sparked something within me, a flickering flame of hope. "Theodora," I said, gripping her shoulders fiercely, "we must hold on. For Antonio's for the city. But in the distance, I heard the ominous crack of wood as catapults released another volley, and my heart sank further. The walls were not just stone, they were a battleground of fear and hope, dreams and despair. The tension hung thick in the air, each heartbeat echoing in time with the cadence of our impending doom or potential salvation. The night deepened, shadows engulfing us, wrapping around our fragile hearts. I could feel the weight of the stories yet to be told, the lives yet to be lived. So, we stood, trapped in a moment that would stretch into eternity, waiting for the dawn that may never come, as the walls of Constantinople echoed with the cries of its defenders, their hearts entwined with the fate of the city. The air was thick with dread, a palpable weight pressing down on the townspeople's chests like a funeral shroud. I remember the smell, charred wood mingling with the iron tang of blood, a scent that clung to the back of my throat. It was a reminder of what had come before, the siren call of chaos whispering promises of destruction. Outside the walls of Eldridge, the enemy's drums beat like the pulse of a dying heart, each thud resonating with the rhythm of fear. We stood on the precipice of annihilation, breath suspended in the space between hope and despair. Maeve's eyes were wild, wide as the moonlit sky, reflecting the flames that flickered in the distance. I could see the shadows dancing in her gaze, a tempest of doubt and hatred swirling within. "They'll come for us, Finn. They'll break us open like the eggs my mother used to fry for breakfast," she spat, her voice cracking under the weight of her certainty. I felt the heat of her anger, a flame that both scared and invigorated me. She was fearless, but that was the problem. Fearlessness was a mask that cracked under pressure, and cracks were spreading, fracturing her resolve. "Not if we're ready," I replied, forcing confidence into my shaky voice, though inside, I felt like a paper doll in a storm. My hands trembled, and I could almost hear my heart echoing the enemy's drums, each thump a reminder of my inadequacy. Memories clung to me like the shroud of night, my father's laughter, the warm embrace of my sister, the simplicity of life before the flames. They were ghosts now, specters haunting my resolve. I turned to Cormac, who stood at the edge of the parapet, his silhouette sharp against the fiery horizon, a soldier turned philosopher, or perhaps just a coward in denial. "What do you see?" I asked, knowing he was always a few steps ahead in the grim ballet of survival. "There's a darkness that's not quite human," he murmured, his voice low and gravelly, like stones shifting in an avalanche. "It waits at the gates, hungry and relentless." I could almost hear the echoes of his thoughts, whispers from another time, another life. He was grappling with his demons, fighting a war within himself as fierce as the one looming outside our walls. I knew he had seen things, horrors that turned men into shadows of themselves, memories that gnawed at the edges of his sanity. Then came the moment, a flash, a crack, like thunder ripping through the sky. The first wave struck the walls, a cacophony of steel against stone. I felt the tremor beneath my feet, the ground responding to the violence above. I remember the sound, a roar that seemed to swallow the air, the very breath of life. My heart raced, each beat pulling me deeper into the chaos, urging me to act, to fight, to find a glimmer of purpose in the darkness. Maeve grabbed my arm, her grip tight and fierce. "We can't just stand here," she shouted, a warrior's fire igniting in her chest. "We need to fight." There was a desperation in her voice, a plea wrapped in anger, and I could see the shards of her spirit, glinting like broken glass. "We will," I replied, but even I could hear the uncertainty lurking beneath my words. I felt the weight of my cowardice pulling me down, a heavy anchor that threatened to drag me into a sea of failure, yet her gaze pierced through the fog of my doubt. I saw the determination etched on her face, a blazing sun rising against the night. It filled me with a flicker of hope, a spark that crackled like electricity in the charged air. The chant of the enemy grew louder, their voices a twisted symphony, promising death and destruction. I remembered the stories our elders told, tales of heroes and monsters that danced through history, blood-soaked and glorious. They blurred into the chaos, each tale a specter of another time, another world. Did anyone ever really survive the stories? Or did they all end in blood and ashes? As the gates began to splinter, the air exploded with screams, the sound climbing higher than the stars. I could hear the cries of the fallen, each note a dagger in my heart. Cormac moved forward, every inch a battle between instinct and reason, and I followed, propelled by fear and a desperate need to protect what remained. I saw the enemy rush toward us, a tide of darkness spilling through the breach, their faces twisted into masks of primal rage. In that moment, time felt like a dream unraveling, a slow-motion horror where every second stretched into infinity. The world narrowed down to the clash of steel and the pounding of my heart, a brutal symphony of survival. I felt the adrenaline flood my veins, a wild river urging me onward, drowning out the voice of despair. And then, in the thick of the chaos, I locked eyes with Maeve. She stood firm, a lioness among sheep, and for a terrifying heartbeat, I saw the truth in her, an unyielding spirit tethered to a fragile heart, a warrior forged in the fires of loss and longing. "We fight together," she shouted, her voice a battle cry against the void. Yes, I breathed, the word barely escaping my lips, but it became a mantra, a promise etched in the marrow of my bones. Together! The clash of metal rang in my ears like a funeral dirge for dreams lost. I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders, but in that moment, as shadows converged around us, I understood fear was not a weakness, it was a pulse, a reminder of life, of love, of everything worth fighting for. As the darkness pressed in, I held on to Maeve and Cormac, our fates intertwined, raw and exposed like fresh wounds. We were flawed, shattered, but in that chaotic symphony of survival, we found a rhythm, a heartbeat that echoed through the night, promising that even in the face of oblivion, we would not fade quietly into the abyss. The air hung heavy over Constantinople, thick with the acrid scent of smoke and fear. Men and women, their faces marked by despair and desperation, crowded the narrow streets, their whispers a palpable murmur, a symphony of dread that echoed against the weathered stones of the ancient city. I remember the sun hanging low, casting a crimson glow over the horizon, as if the sky itself bled for the fate of this besieged land. Amidst the chaos, there was Giovanni, a soldier with the heart of a lion but the soul of a haunted man. He stood at the crumbling walls, feeling the vibrations of the cannon fire, a thunderous heartbeat that seemed to pulse in time with his own. He clutched his sword, fingers trembling, memories of laughter and love swirling in his mind like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. "I never wanted this," he whispered to the wind, the truth stinging his throat. He had fought for glory, for honor, but all he felt now was the weight of regret pressing down on him like the very walls he was sworn to protect. And then there was Sophia, a seamstress turned nurse, her hands stained with the blood of the wounded. With every bandage she wrapped, every soul she comforted, she felt the tendrils of hopelessness creeping into her heart. She held their hands, her own trembling, whispering promises that felt like smoke, unreal, intangible. "You'll be all right," she would say, fighting to keep the tremor from her voice, even as the walls of her own world crumbled around her. Each life she saved felt like a small victory, yet as night fell, and the shadows stretched long, she could hear the sirens of despair calling to her, a siren song that promised oblivion. Days blurred into nights, time losing meaning as the siege slithered into its relentless rhythm. Giovanni and Sophia crossed paths, their lives intertwining like the threads of a frayed tapestry. She saw the ghosts in his eyes, the weight of his choices, and he felt the warmth of her presence, a fleeting balm for the wounds of his conscience. On one fateful evening, as the city trembled under the onslaught of the Ottoman cannons, Giovanni found himself at the threshold of a moment he would never forget. The ground shook with an intensity that rattled his bones, and in that instant, time stood still. He could hear the echoes of laughter from a distant past, the joyous shouts of children playing in the streets, the tender whispers of his mother tucking him into bed. "What have I become?" he thought, a cruel twist of fate reflecting back at him in the shattered remnants of a world he once believed invincible. Sophia, too, felt the weight of the moment as she knelt beside a dying soldier, his breath labored, his eyes wide with terror. "I'm scared," he croaked, and her heart clenched. "I remember the stars," he continued, a flicker of memory igniting behind his gaze. "The night I kissed her for the first time, we thought nothing could touch us." The pain in his voice was a dagger, and she fought the urge to join him in that haunting memory, to drown in the bittersweet tides of love lost amidst the chaos. As night fell, the sky was a canvas of bruised colors, the stars obscured by smoke and despair. Giovanni and Sophia found each other, their eyes searching for solace in the murky depths of fear. "It's only a matter of time," he muttered, the words tasting like ash on his tongue. She could see the flicker of what remained of his hope, battling against the tides of inevitability. "I don't want to die here," he said, voice cracking. I didn't sign up for this. The admission was raw, a wound laid bare, and for a heartbeat, it felt as if the world had paused, all distractions stripped away. They were just two souls in the dark, facing the abyss together, grappling with the enormity of their choices. Sophia reached for him, their hands intertwining. "Then fight," she implored, a fire igniting in her chest. "Fight for those who can't." She saw the glimmer of defiance in his eyes, a flicker of the man he used to be, and it awakened something within her, the realization that they could still resist, if only for a moment longer. The city erupted into chaos as the Ottoman forces launched a final assault, the ground shaking beneath their feet, a cruel reminder of the impending doom that loomed like a specter over their heads. Giovanni stood at the wall, sword raised, heart pounding in a frantic rhythm. He felt the heat of battle envelop him, the adrenaline coursing through his veins like wildfire. Yet each clash of steel felt like a funeral bell tolling for the lives lost, for the love he failed to protect. And Sophia, amidst the cries of the wounded, filled her heart with memories of laughter, of hopes that had once danced like fireflies in the summer night. She breathed in the chaos, a heady mixture of fear and determination. "I will not let them take us," she thought, as the world around her crumbled into shadows, as the stars faded into the thick, choking smoke. In that moment, the weight of history pressed down on them, an invisible force, a reminder that this was not just the end of a city, but the birth of legends, the turning point of empires. Tears mingled with the dust on their faces, and they fought from the depths of their souls, two flawed warriors caught in a whirlwind of fate. And as the final, terrible roar of the cannons echoed through the night, I remember feeling the earth tremble beneath me, a heartbeat that reverberated across time, a cry for all that was lost and all that would never be the same again. The city of Constantinople stood on the brink, its walls trembling, and the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of an abyss that would swallow everything whole. In that haunted twilight, nothing would ever be the same again. The air was thick with the stench of charred wood and blood, a cloying reminder of nights when fire danced on the horizon, illuminating terror's face. I stood in the shadow of what had once been the town hall, now reduced to a skeletal frame wrapped in the silence of aftermath, a silence that screamed louder than the cries during the siege. The whispers of the dead echoed in my ears, every breath a reminder of those we lost, those who wouldn't rise again to see a new dawn. I remember the sound of the bell tolling, an ominous warning that felt like it was carved from the bones of the fallen. It was a sound I wished to forget, yet it clung to my mind like a haunting melody. I could see the flicker of flames in my brother's eyes as he faded into the chaos, his last words lost in the cacophony of despair. "Stay strong, Ilara," he had said. But strength felt like a cruel joke now, a cruel joke played by the universe on the remnants of a broken world. "Look at them," Marcus said, his voice trembling like the fragile branches of a tree caught in a storm. He was a soldier turned reluctant leader, shoulders heavy with the weight of a town that looked to him for solace and direction. The remnants of our community gathered in the square, faces drawn and gaunt, searching for something, hope, guidance, a reason to breathe amidst the ashes. "They need us to lead. They need us to believe." His words hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting us, binding our hearts to a duty that felt so impossibly heavy. But belief was a treacherous path. I glanced at the faces around me, some were hardened by loss, others hollowed by despair. Children clung to their mothers like the last flicker of a candle, hope dancing in their wide eyes, unaware of the darkness that loomed just beyond the horizon. They deserved a future, but I felt like a ghost haunting my own life, a reminder of what was. Every heartbeat echoed with the question, what could I possibly offer them? The breeze shifted, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and moss, a promise of life amidst ruin. I remember days when laughter rang out like bells, when the sun kissed the stones of our streets. I wanted to claw back that memory, to breathe it into the present, but the past felt like a cruel lover, too sweet to touch and too painful to lose. I could feel the heaviness in my chest, a longing that threatened to consume me whole. Then came the shadows, those who had once been our neighbors, now hidden behind masks of suspicion and fear, their eyes glinting like knives in the dark. They whispered of betrayal, of alliances forged in blood. I caught snippets of their conversations, tremors of distrust rippling through the crowd, and I felt it clawing at me. How could I unite a town still bleeding wounds of division? How could I heal hearts when I wasn't sure how to mend my own? Trust is a fragile thing, Marcus said, his voice barely above a whisper, as if the very mention of the word might shatter it entirely. But it's all we have. He looked at me then, those deep-set eyes searching for something, reassurance, perhaps. I wanted to give it to him, to shield him from the agony of decisions yet to come, but I was just as lost. You were always the one with the gift of words, Ilara, he continued, his tone pleading. Can't you weave something beautiful from this mess? I wanted to laugh, the bitter sound rippling from my throat like shattered glass. Words felt like ashes in my mouth, dry and lifeless. What can I say? Gather round, folks, let's turn this heap of rubble into a thriving metropolis. I gestured dramatically, earning a small chuckle from Marcus, though the laughter felt hollow. Maybe I'll add a side of pithy quotes about resilience. But the laughter quickly faded, replaced by the chilling realization of our reality. The ghosts of the past lingered in every corner, taunting us with visions of what once was and what could never be again. The walls of the abandoned town hall whispered secrets, and I wasn't sure if they were meant for me or the dead who wandered through the ruins. Every day feels like a long night, I muttered, staring down the empty streets, the buildings hunched as if mourning their own loss. I don't know if I can be the voice they need. The clock tower loomed above us, its hands frozen in time, a cruel reminder that moments of reckoning were slipping away. The shadows grew longer, creeping closer with each passing hour, and with it came the sense that the past was not yet done with us. There was a stirring in the air, a tension that crackled like lightning, a confrontation was coming, and I could feel it deep within my bones. The townsfolk began to gather around, their faces painted with the hues of fear and desperation. They were searching for answers, for someone to tell them it would be all right, and all I could offer was silence. I felt the weight of every gaze upon me, every flicker of hope extinguished by my indecision. Ilara, a voice cut through the din, a woman with eyes like storm clouds, filled with wrath and sorrow. What are you waiting for? We need a leader. Leader? I spat, the word a bitter taste on my tongue. What does that even mean when our very foundation is crumbling beneath us? You think I have answers? I'm just as lost as you. And there it was, the trembling break in my facade, the flicker of vulnerability that I had tried so hard to hide. The crowd fell silent, a collective sigh escaping like the final breath of a dying ember. Fear wrapped around us, thick and suffocating. In that moment, I realized the truth. The weight of governance was not in the power to dictate, but in the raw honesty of human connection. We were all broken, yet somehow, in our fractures, we could find a way to mend. I looked at Marcus, and I saw the fear in his eyes, mirroring my own. And somewhere amidst that shared despair, I felt a spark, a flicker of determination igniting within me, a whisper of defiance against the darkness. In the heart of the rubble, we stood together, no longer lost but bound by our shared humanity. The clock tower chimed, a sound that rang out like a battle cry, a reminder that time was still moving, that the future awaited us beyond the shadows. And as the night deepened, I knew that whatever lay ahead, we would face it together, hearts beating as one against the tide of despair. And so, we began, not with grand proclamations or sweeping gestures, but with the simple act of holding each other's gaze, a fragile promise to rise from the ashes together. The echoes of a city on the brink of transformation reverberated through the marble halls of the Topkapi Palace, as the air thickened with the scent of incense and anticipation. I stood there, heart racing, witnessing the birth of an empire's identity, the pulse of its art vibrating against the walls like a war drum. I remember the moment vividly, the flicker of torchlight casting long shadows, illuminating the faces of artists, poets, and dreamers gathered in a hushed reverence. The sound of quills scratching against parchment was a chorus of creativity, a divine chant that promised to rewrite history in strokes of gold and crimson. Mehmed II, the Conqueror, his very name a tempest of ambition and desire, loomed over them. He was not just a ruler, he was a tempestuous force, a man whose dreams reached high into the heavenly dome yet were rooted deep in the ancient earth. His dark eyes glittered like obsidian as he surveyed his realm, a kingdom trembling between the weight of tradition and the allure of the new. I felt the tension in the air, a palpable energy that crackled like static before a storm. In that moment, he was both conqueror and creator, and I was entranced by the duality of his essence. But in the shadows lurked a different kind of turmoil. A young artist named Eileen, her hands trembling with the weight of her brush, longed for recognition but feared the dark tide of failure. She painted not just with pigment but with the echoes of her soul. I remember the way her gaze cut through the crowd, searching for the validation that eluded her. In her heart, passion wrestled with insecurity, each heartbeat a battle cry. She painted the world not as it was, but as it should be. "Why can't they see?" she whispered to herself. "Why can't they feel what I feel?" Amidst the cacophony of artistic fervor, there stood Osman, a poet haunted by the specter of his own words. He had penned verses that could bring empires to their knees, yet felt imprisoned by the weight of his own pen. "What good is a poet," he lamented, "if his verses are drowned in the silence of indifference?" The ink on his parchment mirrored the shadows lurking in his heart. I felt the chill of despair wrap around him like a shroud, threatening to consume him whole. Yet, within that darkness, a flicker of hope danced like a candle flame struggling against the wind. Mehmed had summoned him, craving the brilliance of his words. And so the tension mounted, spiraling toward an inevitable confrontation. Mehmed, with his grand vision, sought to elevate his empire not just through conquest but through a renaissance of culture. He demanded greatness, and yet the artists trembled under the weight of his expectation. I remember the night when the city felt alive with promise, the air thick with creativity. The moon hung low, a voyeur to the unfolding drama, as Mehmed summoned Eileen and Osman to his chamber. The moment they entered, their breaths mingling with the heady scent of rosewater, was electric. I could almost taste the fear on Eileen's lips, the adrenaline coursing through Osman's veins. "Show me your souls," Mehmed commanded, his voice a low rumble that sent shivers down their spines. The room fell silent, the shadows stretched, and time itself seemed to pause, holding its breath. They poured their hearts onto the canvas of his mind, painting their fears and aspirations with trembling conviction. Eileen spoke of beauty, of the colors that sang of life and death, while Osman wove words that danced like flames, igniting the air with their fervor. But Mehmed, a storm within a man, seemed both captivated and restless. "You speak of dreams," he thundered, "but what will you do when the world falls at your feet, when the sun sets behind your triumphs? Will your work shine still, or will they wither in the dark?" In that moment, I felt a shudder run through the room, a collective gasp as they stared at the embodiment of their fears. Eileen's heart raced. "What if," she whispered, "what if my art is not enough?" Osman, his voice trembling with the weight of unspoken fears, echoed her, "What if the world forgets my words?" Mehmed stepped closer, the shadows enveloping him like a cloak. "Then you shall fight against the oblivion," he declared, rage and passion intertwining in his voice. "You are not mere artists, you are the architects of our soul, the weavers of destiny. Your art will breathe, live, and die with our empire. It is your duty to carve it into eternity." The intensity of his demand hung heavy in the air, wrapping around them like a noose. In that moment of crisis, a spark ignited within Eileen and Osman, a realization that their creations bore the weight of existence itself. They were not just artists, they were the vessels through which history would flow. As the night wore on, their fears began to merge with a fierce determination. I felt the room shift, the atmosphere crackling with a newfound resolve. Eileen's brushstrokes would become bolder, and Osman's verses would echo through the ages, both serving as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. But the tension remained, a silent specter lurking in the corners of their minds. Would the world truly embrace their trembling hearts, or would they fade into the annals of forgotten souls? I remember how the moonlight flickered, casting ghostly shadows that danced along the walls, whispering secrets of the past and future intertwined. And as they stood before Mehmed, I knew this moment was not an ending but a beginning, a cycle that looped back into itself, promising both chaos and clarity. The stakes were raised, and with every heartbeat, I felt the weight of their dreams pressing against the fabric of their reality, folding into the art that would define an era. In the heart of the empire, the battle for identity and legacy had just begun, and the shadows of history loomed large, merging dreams with the unrelenting tide of destiny. The air was thick, pregnant with the scent of burning incense and sweat. In the heart of the city, shadows danced as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, igniting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, a cruel reminder of the blood spilled beneath it. A heavy silence engulfed the marketplace, an eerie stillness that felt like the breath before a storm. I could feel my heart pounding, a primal drum echoing in the night stillness. Rummy stood in the center of it, his hands trembling, clutching a tattered prayer rug stained with too many memories. The fringes hung like the threads of his sanity, worn and frayed. His eyes, dark pools filled with fear and defiance, darted around him, searching for something he could not articulate. He was a man caught between faith and survival, torn between the call of the muezzin and the echo of church bells that rang out from the stone-towered cathedral of St. Basil. "You must choose," they said. "You cannot walk both paths." But how could he, when both paths cradled the ghosts of his ancestors? Across the square, beneath the flickering glow of a lantern, stood Ilara, her back to him. She was the embodiment of desperation, the lines of worry etched deep into her brow like a cartographer mapping the fissures of her soul. The blazing orange light caught the edge of her veil, wrapping her in shadows that seemed to whisper secrets only the night could understand. She was a Christian, and the weight of her religion pressed against her chest like iron shackles. "Rummy," she murmured, a prayer and a plea. "Rummy, they will burn us both if they find out." But Rummy didn't turn. He couldn't. The choice was suffocating, the burden too great. "I remember," he said, his voice trembling, "the stories of our grandfathers, how they prayed side by side, how they laughed and wept in the night. How can I forsake that?" The memory twisted in his heart like a knife, reminding him of another time, another world where faith intertwined like vines, strong and beautiful. Ilara felt the crackle in the air, the tension as palpable as the heat of the embers scattered around the square. "You can't rewrite the past, Rummy. The Empire demands loyalty, and it will not tolerate weakness." Her voice trembled, a thin veneer of courage barely masking the fear that washed over her. She turned to face him, her eyes wet with unshed tears, a tempest of emotion swirling within them, a storm ready to break. As echoes of distant shouts grew louder, the shadows morphed into something tangible, a creeping dread that crawled up Rummy's spine. The Empire loomed like a beast, its hungry maw ready to swallow them whole. "What do we do?" His voice was barely a whisper, a confession wrapped in desperation. "Run." Ilara's breath hitched. "We run and we hide. We find a place where the sun shines on both our faces." But in her heart, she knew that every step they took would only deepen the divide between them. The clock ticked, a steady, mocking countdown to the inevitable. Time felt slippery, like sand slipping through fingers, each grain a reminder of what they were losing. Rummy took a step forward, drawn to her like a moth to a flame. "But this is our home. My home." His fists clenched, the knuckles white with the pressure of his conflicting loyalties. "How can I abandon it?" "Home." Ilara spat, the word a bitter pill lodged in her throat. "Is it home when they come for your throat, when they come for my soul?" The desperation in her voice ignited a fire in Rummy's chest. He could see it, the flicker of hope against the encroaching darkness, the possibility of a future that felt as elusive as the stars above, twinkling with a promise that seemed to mock their reality. "I remember," he breathed, the memories flooding back. "The night we danced as children, under the same stars, the laughter mingling with prayer." He reached for her, fingers brushing against the fabric of her veil, fragile like the trust they'd built, like the faith they'd been raised in. "We could find it again." But Ilara pulled back, the fear etched on her face. "You don't understand, Rummy. They will burn the bridges between us, the very air we breathe. They want purity, and we are the stains on their canvas." Her voice broke, shattering the fragile hope that had begun to bloom. A shout echoed through the marketplace, a harsh, grating sound that sliced through the air. The guards were coming, men cloaked in iron, faces devoid of mercy, eyes like black holes sucking the light from the world. Rummy felt the pit of his stomach drop, a terrifying realization dawning upon him. They were running out of time. "Come with me," he urged, desperation spilling from his lips. "We'll find a way." But a part of him knew it was a hollow promise, a plea built on the foundation of dreams that had long since crumbled into dust. Ilara shook her head, a visceral pain twisting her features. "If we run together, Rummy, they'll hunt us down." If they find us, her voice trembled, fear clawing at her throat. I can't lose you. In that moment, beneath the broken lantern light, the world narrowed to just the two of them, standing at the precipice of despair and hope. Shadows loomed, a whispering tempest of fear, but in their eyes glimmered a flicker of something grander, a shared dream, a fragile bond forged in the crucible of faith and identity. The moment hung heavy, thick with unspoken words, a fragile thread tethering them both to the past and the uncertain future. And as the guard's footsteps reverberated through the cobblestones, Rummy took a deep breath, feeling the weight of an empire pressing down upon him. He felt the certainty of the moment, the choice that lay ahead, the impossible journey to navigate. With every heartbeat echoing in their ears, the city, once alive with the promise of unity, now echoed only with tension, love, and the haunting specter of what could be lost. Remember, he whispered, his voice barely more than a ghost of sound. Whatever happens, remember us. And the night swallowed their hopes whole, a dark abyss that promised both salvation and despair. Time slipped away like smoke through fingers, leaving behind only the echoes of their choices and the shadows of their faith. The air crackled with tension, thick as smoke curling from a dying ember. Shadows danced along the walls of the ancient city, whispering secrets of betrayal and hope. I stood there, heart pounding, at the precipice between despair and rebirth, every breath a prayer for survival. The moment was charged, electric, as if the very stones of Constantinople were holding their breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of destiny. Myra, her hands trembling but fierce, was a tempest contained. We can't let them take it, she hissed through clenched teeth, her eyes aflame with a fervor that ignited something in me. She was more than just a strategist, she was a dreamer, a woman with a heart stitched together from fragments of lost hopes. Yet, beneath that tenacity lay a fragile thread of fear. Fear of losing the city she had loved since childhood, where every corner held a memory, every echo a reminder of who she once was. I saw her, an echo of the past, but hungry, so hungry for a future that seemed to slip through our fingers like sand. Then there was Antonio's, his brow slick with sweat, shaping his resolve like a warrior sharpening his sword. They'll come for us, he murmured, voice raw as the wounds of the past. A soldier at heart, he had faced death more times than he could count, yet now, as he looked at us, I saw a different demon lurking in his gaze, a haunting specter of doubt. What if we're wrong? The words hung in the air like a noose, an accusation against the very courage that had brought us here. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that his fears were mine too, that the weight of this city rested not just on walls but on hearts. The distant clang of bells rang out, a sonorous reminder that time was slipping, and with it, our chance for salvation. I remember the stories, I whispered, my voice trembling like a candle flame in the wind. The tales of emperors who ruled with iron fists and dreams cloaked in gold. They built cathedrals to the heavens, but here, now, we stand at the brink of annihilation. Myra's eyes softened, her resolve momentarily faltering as if we could all remember a time when the city thrummed with life, its pulse steady, unwavering. A sudden roar erupted from beyond the gates, a tidal wave of sound crashing against the walls, a heartbeat echoing our own. The enemy was upon us. Fear surged through my veins, a chilling rush that could only be quelled by action. Hold the line! Antonio shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos like a sword through flesh, a reminder that we were not just defending a city, we were defending our very souls. I moved instinctively, heart racing, as I felt the thrum of 1,000 dreams pulsating beneath my feet, the weight of history pressing against me. I could taste the salt of tears, the bitterness of sweat mingling with the metallic tang of fear. Behind those city walls, our hopes clashed with despair, melding into a grotesque tapestry of human emotion. I caught a glimpse of the sun setting, a blood-red orb dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows that reached into eternity. Time felt like a cruel joke, every tick of the clock was a reminder of what could be lost. I wanted to scream at the heavens, cry out for mercy, but all that escaped was a shuddering breath, a silent plea swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Look! Myra pointed toward the gates, her voice a beacon of panic and purpose. They're coming! The sight was a nightmare made flesh, soldiers clad in armor that gleamed menacingly, faces hidden behind cold metal masks. They were not just invaders, they were harbingers of death, and as they advanced, a chill swept through me, an icy claw gripping my heart. I remembered my father's stories of the past, of kingdoms swallowed whole, of souls erased. Would we become just another footnote in the annals of history, our names lost like whispers in a tempest? Fight! Antonio's roared, a battle cry that echoed off the cobblestone streets, a rallying call that rallied my spirit even as despair gnawed at my insides. I felt anger surge through me, a fire ignited by the thought of losing everything I held dear. For Constantinople! The cry erupted from my lips, joining a chorus of voices that drowned out the dread, if only for a moment. Yet as the clash began, the world around me transformed into a violent blur. The chaos erupted like a storm, shouts of anguish mingled with the clang of steel, a cacophony that rattled my soul. I fought not just for survival, but for every heartbeat that echoed with possibility, for every dream that had dared to take root in this city of contrasts, beauty woven through desolation. Myra fought fiercely at my side, her blade a whirlwind, a furious dance against the shadows encroaching upon us. I glanced at her, and in that fleeting moment, I saw the girl she once was, full of laughter, alive with dreams. And yet, here she was, transformed into a warrior, a woman who defied fate with every swing of her sword. I wanted to hold on to that image, to capture her spirit and preserve it against the tide of violence threatening to drown us both. Then, just as suddenly, everything shifted. Antonio staggered, a piercing cry erupting from his chest as he fell. My heart stopped, the world narrowing to the single horrifying moment. Antonio's! I screamed, my voice raw, tearing through the chaos. The strength of our bond, forged in laughter and dreams, threatened to snap under the weight of anguish. I rushed toward him, heart pounding a frantic rhythm, every breath a desperate attempt to grasp the fleeting strings of fate. But even as I fought through the mass of bodies, I felt the darkness close in. The city around us, a living, breathing entity, began to shift, to morph. What had once felt like a sanctuary now felt like a tomb, and I was caught in its suffocating embrace. I remembered the stories of emperors, of transformations once grand, and now I wondered, what would remain of us when the dust settled, when the sun crested the horizon anew? And in that moment, as I knelt beside Antonio's, the weight of the world pressed upon my chest, the shadows encroaching on our fragile narrative. I grasped his hand, a lifeline in the torrent of despair, our fingers interlacing as if to defy the inevitable. "We will rise," I whispered, but even I wasn't sure if the words held the strength of truth. The battle raged on, a tumult of fate and fury, but somewhere within me, a flicker of hope persisted, a tiny flame in the encompassing darkness. The transformation of Constantinople was not merely about walls or crowns, it was about us, about every soul intertwined in the city's fate. And as I looked up at the desolate sky, I realized the transformation had begun, not just in the city around us, but within ourselves. The echoes of our fight would resonate through the ages, a testament to resilience, an unbroken spirit amidst the encroaching shadows. The night was thick with tension, a black velvet drape thrown over the heart of Constantinople, and in the midst of it stood Mehmed II, the Conqueror, the young Sultan, eyes blazing with dreams that soared higher than the minarets around him. The city trembled, not just from the weight of its walls, but from the promise of change that hung in the air as palpably as the scent of smoke wafting from the fires of rebellion. He could hear the whispers of history clawing at the edges of his mind, calling him, beckoning him to a destiny that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. What is a man, he thought, if he does not seize the moment? Across the cobblestone streets, a painter named Pyri wrestled with his demons. Each stroke of his brush felt like a love letter to a city that had given him everything and nothing. His heart ached for the vibrant hues of life captured on canvas, but the weight of despair stifled him. He remembered how, as a child, he believed art could change the world. Now, standing in the shadows of Mehmed's ambitions, he felt like an echo of a ghost, an artist without a muse, a man without a voice, muffled by the roar of a new order. The Sultan's triumphs filled the air like the thick smoke of a bonfire, but for Pyri, the light seemed to flicker just out of reach, leaving him stranded in darkness. Then there was Sophia, a scholar whose mind roamed the ancient texts like a bird in a cage, fluttering against the bars of oppression. She watched the whirlwind of Mehmed's conquest unfold, feeling both dread and fascination for the man who could reshape their world. What is knowledge, she pondered, if it cannot find its wings? Her heart battled with her intellect, The thrill of a new age was intoxicating, but it came at a price. It was a bittersweet paradox that left her longing for the safety of the past even as she yearned for the promise of rebirth. As the clock struck midnight, Mehmed stood on the threshold of his palace, looking out over the city that pulsed like a living entity beneath him. He could feel the weight of 1,000 eyes, pious, fearful, hopeful, watching, waiting. He was not just a man, he was a vessel for the aspirations and fears of a people caught in the tides of change. I remember the warmth of my father's hand, he thought, but it is the fire of ambition that keeps me awake. And as he breathed in the cool night air, he sensed the ghosts of scholars, artists, and warriors surrounding him, their whispers mingling with the winds, urging him to act. Pyri's brush met the canvas as he painted a scene of the city's fall, a lament for what was lost, a cacophony of vibrant colors splashed across the drabness of reality. Each stroke was a rebellion, a cry against the inevitability of Mehmed's rise. "You may conquer us," he whispered into the silence. "But you will never conquer our souls." With every flick of his wrist, he poured his fears and aspirations into the piece, an act of defiance wrapped in artistry. Yet, within that very act, he felt the gnawing realization that he was, in some ineffable way, complicit in the transformation. Sophia's nights were consumed by the flickering candlelight of her study. She devoured ancient texts, her fingers tracing the faded ink like a lover's caress, but the shadows of uncertainty twisted her thoughts. Can knowledge truly lead to enlightenment in times of turmoil? She questioned the universe, grappling with the heavy weight of that knowledge, the realization that every scroll she read could be a weapon or a shield. The burden was suffocating. "What is the point of wisdom," she lamented, "if it only sharpens the sword that cuts deeper?" The tension coiled tighter, until it felt like a spring ready to snap. Mehmed, Pyri, and Sophia were caught in a web of intertwined fates, each one reflecting the other's fears, hopes, and dreams. Mehmed, the relentless conqueror driven by destiny, Pyri, the artist lost in the shadows of an impending dawn, and Sophia, the scholar who dared to dream of a world where knowledge could illuminate even the darkest corners of the human soul. And then the moment arrived, a night of reckoning, when whispers turned to roars. The city erupted, and the clash of ideals echoed through the streets. Mehmed stood at the center, a storm raging in his soul, the cries of his people reverberating in his chest. "This is my city," he bellowed, the weight of his words crashing over him like a tidal wave. Pyri stood with his heart pounding, brush still in hand, caught between the desire to create and the urge to flee. Sophia, clutching her books like lifelines, felt the air crackle with fervor, her mind racing with the possibilities of this new world. Could knowledge be the light that guided them all, or would it become yet another tool for conquest? In that crucial moment, as the night sky held its breath, the paths of these three souls converged, each grappling with their own desires and fears, each on the brink of revelation. The conflict of cultures, the collision of past and future, all spun like a web around them, tightening with every heartbeat. They stood at the crossroads, the weight of centuries pressing down, the air thick with both promise and dread. The shadows danced around them, and in that electrifying silence, a truth flickered to life: change was not just inevitable, it was a choice. And as the city's pulse quickened, the future stretched before them like a vast, uncharted ocean, wild and inviting, filled with the echoes of dreams yet to be realized. They were not just characters in a story, they were the very essence of creation itself, the embodiment of every human struggle, every hope and fear that had ever coursed through the veins of history. The sea roared like a wounded beast, waves crashing against the sides of the ship. The air was thick with salt and the scent of desperation, clinging to my chest like a lead weight. I gripped the railing, knuckles white, as the storm unleashed its fury. Around me, the cries of men filled the night, a symphony of fear, courage, and the instinct for survival. Each shout cut through the chaos, a plea that echoed in my bones. I remember thinking, this is it. This is where empires clash. This is where lives change forever. Captain Salim stood at the helm, his dark eyes reflecting the lightning that split the sky. His jaw was set, a mask of determination, but I saw the flicker of doubt. He could taste the salt of the Mediterranean now, a bitter reminder of the countless battles fought and lost. The Ottoman navy was expanding, yes, but in this moment, it was survival, not conquest, that drove us forward. The waves crashed higher, and each one felt like 1,000 ghosts rising, ready to pull us into the depths. Then there was Aisha. Oh, Aisha, her spirit was as fierce as the storm that raged outside. I had watched her grow, a girl who had learned to wield a sword as easily as she spun tales of love and glory. Now, she was a woman on the cusp of war, and her heart was as tumultuous as the sea. I could see her, crouched low, I scanning the horizon, searching for the enemy that lurked just beyond the veil of darkness. She fought for a vision, a future not just for herself, but for all of us, a future where our names would be etched in the annals of history. I remember Aisha saying, "Fear is the fire that forges the strong." But in that moment, all I felt was the suffocating grip of terror. I glanced at her, and for a fleeting second, our eyes locked, two souls drowning in the same tempest, desperate to stay afloat. I was reminded of childhood stories, when we'd weave dreams of adventure on crimson sails, far from the nightmares of the past. But those dreams had become a haunting melody, echoing in the churning waves. And then the sky split open with a crack, and the storm intensified. A ship appeared, a shadow against the darkness, its sails like grim specters unfurling in the wind. The enemy. My heart raced, pounding in time with the rain that lashed against our skin. The world around me narrowed, the chaos now a singular focus, the fight for survival. I could sense Salim's resolve hardening. He turned to us, voice raised above the tumult. "Prepare for battle." His words, carried by the wind, were both a rallying cry and a death knell. The moment our ships collided felt like a cruel twist of fate, metal against wood, flesh against flesh. I remember the clang of swords ringing in my ears, a symphony of chaos. I fought as if possessed, adrenaline coursing through my veins, each blow a desperate prayer. Aisha was beside me, a whirlwind of ferocity, her blade dancing in the flickering light. By her side, I felt alive and terrified all at once, like a moth drawn to the flame, knowing the risk yet unable to resist. But there was one enemy who stood out among the rest, a figure clad in black armor, his face obscured by a fearsome helm. He moved with the grace of a predator, his sword glinting with every strike. I could feel the weight of his gaze, a silent challenge that clawed at my very being. I knew then that this was my moment, my reckoning. I rushed toward him, heart pounding, the clash of steel reverberating in my chest. In that instant, time warped, and I saw flashes, memories of my family, laughter shared over warm bread, the stories of heroes and their bittersweet fates. I was fighting not just for myself, but for the legacy we were forging in blood and salt water. I plunged forward, steel meeting steel, the world around us fading until it was just him and me, a dance of life and death. Salim's voice cut through the haze, shouting, "Don't lose yourself." I remember those words, echoing through the din. But how could one find themselves in the midst of such chaos? I felt myself teetering on the edge, the abyss staring back at me. I was a mere pawn in this grand game, the weight of history pressing down like the ocean itself. In the midst of the fray, I caught sight of Aisha. She fell, no, she was pushed, a cruel twist of fate. The world slowed, the cacophony of battle dimming into an eerie silence. My heart raced as I lunged toward her, but just as quickly, I was met with a force that sent me crashing to the deck, breath stolen. I remember the moment I hit the floor, the thud echoing like a death knell. The skies rumbled above, and I fought to rise, desperation fueling my every move. Shadows loomed, and I pushed through the haze, driven by an instinct that transcended reason. The storm had pulled us all into its dark embrace, but we were not yet finished. I could feel Salim rallying his men around him, a fire igniting in their eyes. The battle pushed on, a relentless tide of fury and passion, but within that chaos, I could feel the threads of something greater weaving through us. The Mediterranean was more than just a sea, it was a crucible of souls, testing our mettle with each crashing wave. Every strike, every cry, was laced with the weight of legacy, an unspoken pact that we would fight for our place in this tumultuous world. As the storm raged on, I realized our stories were not our own, they were intertwined, forged together in blood and salt. The winds howled, time stretched and twisted, hopes and fears mingled in a dance as ancient as the sea itself. And in that moment, Beneath the raging tempest, I understood, we were but whispers in the grand narrative of history, yet our voices could echo through eternity. And so we fought, each heartbeat a testament to our resolve, clinging to the hope that from the chaos, we would rise anew. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and betrayal, a bitter promise hanging between the shadows of crumbling buildings. Bleak twilight descended like a shroud, swallowing the last flickers of hope. I stood, heart racing, on the edge of a narrow street in a nameless town, my hands trembling as I clutched the worn hilt of my dagger. The echoes of distant gunfire crackled through the suffocating silence, a haunting reminder of what was lost and what was to come. Myra was there too, her breath quick and uneven, eyes darting like trapped birds. I remember the way her hair caught the dying light, flames of copper against the soot-stained walls. The city felt alive, a grotesque puppet theater where fear and ambition danced an unholy waltz. In that moment, I saw the future in her gaze, a chasm so deep it swallowed laughter whole. She was more than my sister, she was the last flicker of family I had left in this hell. "We can't stay here," she whispered, voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. "They're coming." I wanted to scream, to shake her until she understood the futility of escape. But there was no time, no room for the weight of despair. I could feel the ghosts of our parents lurking, their presence suffocating, urging us to remember the warmth of home, before the war had made it nothing but ashes. "We have to fight back," I said, my voice steadying, though inside, I was a tempest. Across the street, Stefan stood silhouetted against the jagged remnants of a once grand building, his posture a mix of defiance and fear. I remember the way he laughed, a brash sound that cut through the gloom like a blade. But now, his face was a mask of anxiety, shadows pooling under his eyes. "It's madness," he spat, fists clenched at his sides. "You think you can hold the line? We're outnumbered, outgunned. Look around you." The words came out in a rush, raw emotion spilling over as if he could no longer contain it. Madness. I felt the weight of the word, crushing and familiar. It was a specter that haunted us all. Memories of battles fought only to lose the very essence of who we were. "You don't understand, Stefan. This isn't just a war for land, it's a war for our souls," I urged, my heart thudding against my ribs like a caged animal. "If we don't fight for our home, we lose everything." He looked at me, and I could see the flicker of doubt, the remnants of his courage battling with the creeping fear. "You think we can win?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper. The tremor betrayed him, an ache I recognized. "You think we matter?" In that moment, I felt the universe shift, gravity pulling every ounce of my determination into a singular point. "We matter," I insisted, each word a weapon forged in desperation. "We have to make them listen. We have to make them see us." I was pleading not just for him but for myself, for the countless souls trapped in this nightmare. My pulse raced, a mantra echoing through the chaos. "We matter. We matter." Myra turned sharply, and I watched as her eyes narrowed with a sudden realization. "They won't listen," she said, a fire igniting in her. "But we can make them fear us." The corners of her mouth twisted into a fierce smile, and for a moment, I saw the spark of the girl she once was, before shadows had twisted her spirit. "If they want a fight, let's give them one." The ground trembled beneath us as the distant rumble of engines grew louder, chilling our bones. I sensed the dread creeping back in, but it was drowned by a flood of anger, a defiance that surged through my veins. We were the children of this land, and it was not just survival we craved, it was a resurgence, a reclamation of our identity lost to the ravages of war. The street loomed ahead, bathed in the dim glow of flickering lanterns, but every flicker felt like a heartbeat, urging us forward. The shadows whispered secrets, old tales of glory and ruin, beckoning us into the abyss. I could hear the war drums in the distance, a relentless pulse that matched the rhythm of my anxious heart. "We'll take the rooftops," I said, my voice firm, slicing through the heaviness. "They'll never expect it." The plan hummed in the silence, a plan born from desperation and the fierce instinct to survive. Stefan nodded, his hands shaking less now as defiance replaced fear. "You're mad," he said, but there was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, that familiar spark of reckless courage. We climbed, our fingers gripping rough stone, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and impending doom. I remember the way the wind howled as we reached the rooftop, the world sprawling beneath us like a fever dream. The city, once a cradle of our childhood, now lay scarred and broken, yet it pulsed with life, a canvas of vibrant despair. "Look," Myra whispered, her voice suddenly small against the chaos. Below, shadows moved, dark figures preparing for the inevitable clash. I felt the tension crackle in the air, an electric current that surged through our veins. This was it, the moment where we would either rise like phoenixes from the ashes or crumble into dust. And there, above it all, I understood. The war was not just on the battlefield, it raged within us, a struggle for our very essence. "Whatever happens, we can't lose ourselves," I murmured, the words barely escaping my lips, a promise etched in the marrow of my bones. With one last look at my sister and Stefan, I steeled myself. The shadows were gathering below like a storm, and we were the spark that would ignite the night. The city breathed with us, its heart beating in sync with our own. I took a deep breath, the air heavy with memories of laughter, of loss, of love. And I whispered a silent prayer to the ghosts, "May we fight, may we endure, may we always matter." In that moment, time collapsed, and everything shifted. The world hung in the balance, and we were ready to plunge headfirst into the abyss, to carve our names into the annals of history, fiercely and unapologetically. The war had come for us, but we would meet it with fire in our hearts, ready to reclaim not just land, but our very souls. The air was thick, a palpable silence smothering the bustling streets of Pristina, broken only by the distant echo of a bell tolling midnight, a harbinger of doom. I remember the way the moon hung low, bleeding silver onto the cobblestones, casting shadows that danced like ghosts of the past. The chill was more than just the night, it seeped into the bones of the city, wrapping its icy fingers around the hearts of those who dared to dream of freedom. In the heart of this unease stood Marco, a soldier with dirt-streaked cheeks, his hands trembling as he clutched a tattered letter. It was from his beloved Anya, a reminder of warmth, laughter, and love before the world turned dark. "I remember," he whispered, the words escaping his lips like a prayer, a wish for a time when their love was untouched by the blood-soaked soil of war. But those days felt like a distant dream, fading with every tick of the clock. Each second now felt like an eternity, a countdown to the inevitable clash that loomed over them. Then there was Anya, her spirit a flickering candle against the encroaching darkness. She moved through the streets, her heart heavy with fear and yearning. The laughter of children had been replaced by the hushed whispers of mothers, clutching their babies close, as if the very act of breathing would draw the wrath of the heavens down upon them. I remember the way we danced, she thought, the memory of their feet shuffling on the dusty ground, their laughter ringing like bells, echoing through the village. That moment was so alive, so vibrant. But now, that laughter felt like a taunt, the shadows wrapped around her like a shroud, and she was haunted by the faces of those who had vanished into the abyss. As the dawn approached, a sinister stillness lay over the battlefield, a heavy curtain before the storm. The soldiers gathered, their faces a tapestry of fear and bravado, each one wearing the mask of courage. Among them was Luca, the fierce warrior who had sworn to protect his home. His heart raced not with fear but with a fire that threatened to consume him. I remember, he thought, the taste of freedom, the scent of the earth after rain. It felt like a distant memory, a glimmer of hope wrapped in the fog of despair. But in that moment, standing shoulder to shoulder with his brothers, he felt the weight of history pressing down on him. The sun broke over the horizon, spilling blood-red light onto the scene, illuminating the faces of the brave and the damned. The air crackled with tension, the sound of swords being drawn reverberating like thunder across the valley. In that moment, fear morphed into a strange kind of exhilaration. The ghosts of ancestors stood by, watching, whispering, urging them on. "This is our moment," they seemed to say, and amidst the chaos, the fragile threads of hope began to weave a tapestry of resolve. Marco's heart raced as he felt the proximity of death, the icy fingers of fate curling around his throat. He glanced at Luca, whose steely gaze was fixed on the horizon, a warrior ready to charge into the fray. "I remember your laughter, brother," Marco shouted, his voice rising above the cacophony. "We will not be forgotten." It was a rallying cry, a plea that lit a fire in the hearts of those around him. But then Anya's face haunted him. He had promised to return, to hold her again, but the spectre of war loomed larger. The ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble with anticipation, and the very air pulsed with despair and rage. The clash of metal rang out like a funeral dirge, the cries of the fallen echoing in the depths of their souls. Each moment felt like an eternity, a snapshot of anguish seared into their memory as they surged forward, driven by the primal instinct to protect all they held dear. Chaos erupted, the battlefield transformed into a nightmarish landscape of blood and screams. Marco fought valiantly, each swing of his sword fueled by the memory of Anya's smile, but with every life he took, a piece of his soul crumbled away. He caught glimpses of Luca, his brother in arms, deflecting blows with an intensity that bordered on madness, and yet, in the depths of battle, they could feel the fragility of existence. And Anya? She remained a whisper in the distance, her heart pounding with each clang of steel. She moved through the wreckage, searching for survivors, her hands trembling, not from fear, but from an invincible will. "I remember the warmth of your embrace," she murmured quietly to herself, pressing on through the chaos, her spirit ignited by the love she refused to let die. Time twisted and turned in a relentless dance, moments stretching into what felt like lifetimes. The sun hung high, casting a harsh light on the horrors unfolding below. The once vibrant colors of the battlefield faded into shades of gray, an eternal dusk settling over the land. Where laughter had once reigned, now only shadows lingered, echoing the pain of 1,000 yesterdays. And then, amidst the turmoil, a heart-breaking realization struck like a bolt of lightning: the fight was not just for land, but for memory itself. Memories of laughter, of love, of a future that felt like a cruel mirage. They were fighting for a chance to rewrite history, to turn the tide against the inevitable darkness creeping ever closer. "Fight!" Marco roared, the sound tearing through the fabric of despair. "Fight for those we love!" And in that moment, the world melted away, leaving only the raw, pulsating need to protect, to survive. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the battlefield, the cries of the wounded echoed, intertwining with the memories of what once was. In that visceral moment, the ideals of valor and honor clashed with the brutal reality of loss. The air was thick with unresolved dreams and fading hopes, but still, the fight raged on, a ceaseless cycle of agony and resilience. And as the final battle loomed ahead, the faint whisper of a ghost danced on the wind, reminding them that even in the heart of despair, love and memory could light the way through the darkest of nights. The struggle was just beginning, a saga woven with threads of pain and perseverance, echoing through the annals of time, a haunting reminder of the price of freedom. The air hung heavy with a silence that felt too loud, too oppressive, as the sun dipped beneath the jagged horizon of Sarajevo, casting long shadows like fingers grasping for solace. I stood on the cobbled streets, my breath hitching as the world around me trembled beneath the weight of impending chaos. An unspeakable tension buzzed like electricity in the air, drawing tight the strings of fate, because soon, history would pivot on a razor's edge. I remember the chill that slithered down my spine, a harbinger of the storm that was to come. Nearby, a woman wept softly, her cries swallowed by the evening darkness, an echo of despair that reverberated through the narrow alleys, reaching into the very marrow of my bones. I turned, my eyes meeting those of a soldier, dark, brooding, haunted. His name was Luca, and I could see in his eyes the ghosts of 1,000 battles, and the burden of a loyalty that was beginning to feel like a noose. "I don't want to fight," he murmured, his voice choked with anguish. But the war didn't ask for permission. It screamed for blood, and the echoes of that cry would haunt us all. Then there was Amina. Oh, Amina! She stood across the street, her hair catching the last rays of sunlight, a golden halo framing a face etched with uncertainty. I remember how she clutched her infant son, a small bundle of hope nestled against her chest, while her eyes darted toward the gathering storm clouds of soldiers, the future threatening to crush her fragile world. "Please, don't let them take him," she pleaded, her voice a desperate whisper, a prayer wrapped in fear. Luca's gaze flickered to her, a flicker of something deep and unnameable sparking between them, a connection forged in the furnace of impending doom. He turned to me, his voice trembling. "What do we do?" "Stand by and watch." And I, caught in the web of their pain, could feel my heart pounding like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the lives teetering on the edge. I remember the noise then, the roar of engines approaching, the heavy thud of boots marching with a purpose, relentless and unyielding. The soldiers were coming, their silhouettes sharp against the bruised sky, a dark wave ready to crash upon the shore of our fragile lives. Amina clutched her child tighter, her heartbeat echoing in my ears as if to drown out the thunderous march that heralded disaster. "No, not my son," she breathed, and in that moment, her fear was palpable, a living thing that wrapped around us, squeezing until it hurt. Time warped, stretching, and twisting under the tension like a taut bowstring. I caught glimpses of the past, the laughter of children playing in the streets, the warmth of unguarded moments with friends, the soft intimacy of whispered secrets under starlit skies. But now those memories felt like ghosts, haunting the present with an unbearable weight, and all I could hear was the approaching storm, a cacophony of dread. Luca gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. "We can't let them take this away," he said, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. "Not without a fight." And I saw it then, the burden of choice weighing on him, the longing to protect, to stand against the tide of history that threatened to wash us all away. But what could we do? How could we fight an empire? Amina's voice trembled through the fog of uncertainty. "We'll run. We'll hide. Whatever it takes." Her words were a lifeline, yet I could see the fear etched in her brow, the shaking of her hands. She was a mother, ferociously protective yet terrified, caught in the crosshairs of a world spiraling out of control. I felt a surge of emotion, anger, fear, hopelessness, all swirling within me like a maelstrom. What was the essence of our lives, if not this struggle to hold on to love in the face of overwhelming despair? I could feel time slipping through my fingers, the tick-tock of the universe mocking our plight with every passing second. The very air crackled with an anticipation so thick it felt as if the sky itself was holding its breath, waiting to exhale chaos. As the soldiers drew nearer, I could hear the sharp clang of metal against metal, the low hum of voices shouting orders, a chilling symphony of authority. My heart raced, my thoughts spiraling into a frenzy. Would we run? Would we fight? Would we stand in defiance, or would we crumble beneath the weight of history? Luca took a step forward, his hand reaching for Amina's, a connection forged in desperation. "Whatever happens, we stay together," he vowed, a quiet strength simmering beneath his words. Amina nodded, her tears glistening like shattered glass, reflecting a heart that was both afraid and fiercely resolute. I remember the moment everything shifted, a spark of rebellion ignited within me, fierce and unyielding. I raised my voice, shaking with emotion. "We will not be silenced. We will not be erased." And as those words slipped from my lips, I felt the world around us pulse with life, a rush of defiance igniting the air, a ripple of hope spreading like wildfire. But then, like a brutal reminder of our fragility, the first shots rang out, echoing across the night, shattering the fragile illusion of safety we had clung to. The chaos unfurled, and I was swept into the tide, a helpless witness to the darkness that descended. Fear clawed at my throat, but I couldn't look away, not from Luca, not from Amina, not from the desperate fight that lay ahead. We were tangled in a web of fate, the hearts of a soldier, a mother, and a witness bound together by an unnameable force, caught in the storm of history as it whipped around us. With every boom of gunfire, every scream that pierced the air, I felt the world unravel. I thought of the future, a vast cosmos ahead, filled with dreams, hopes, laughter, but now all threatened by shadows creeping ever closer. Time slipped through our fingers, and the night swallowed us whole. And still, we fought. We fought for each other, for our dreams, for the echoes of a world that felt both agonizingly distant and achingly near. The storm raged on, unrelenting, and we stood on the precipice, hearts pounding, breath held, ready to wrestle with the very fabric of destiny itself. This was not an ending. No, it was merely the beginning, a fierce whisper urging us onward into the unknown, into the chaos that awaited with bated breath. What awaited us in the shadows? We were left to wonder as time spiraled on, entwined in its relentless dance, hearts beating in tandem, teetering on the edge of fate. A chill whispers through the air, sharp enough to slice through flesh, as the dark clouds gather above Varna, a portent of doom, a sky heavy with the weight of unyielding fate. The distant thunder rolls, a rhythmic heartbeat of the universe, matching the frantic drumming of soldiers' hearts as they march toward the precipice of history. I stand there, my feet planted firmly in the muddy earth, and I can taste the fear in the air, thick and metallic. Death, like a shroud, wraps around us all, smothering hope beneath its cold embrace. I remember the faces. Faces etched with tension, each telling a story of sacrifice and longing. There's young Istvan, a peasant boy barely 15. His eyes are wide with innocence, yet a storm brews within his chest, a desperate kind of anger that smells like smoke and ash. He clutches a crude spear, a weapon far too large for his small hands, but it's not the spear that makes him tremble, it's the weight of expectation. For king and country, he mutters, but the words taste bitter on his tongue. I hear him whisper, what does that even mean? The question lingers, unanswered, like the spectre of death overhead. Then, there's Lady Elisabetta, fierce and regal, standing on the battlements with her silken hair whipping around her like wild flames. Her heart beats for Hungary, but it's a heart burdened with secrets and loss. Her brother died in an earlier skirmish, a martyr in a war that seems to never end. Yet today, she fights not just for country, but to avenge, to reclaim a piece of herself that shattered with his final breath. I see the tears glisten in her eyes, and for a moment, time stands still, the moment stretching like the shadow of the Ottoman banner unfurling on the horizon. I remember the scent of the air, sharp with salt and impending violence, mingling with the acrid smoke rising from torches lit in a futile effort to stave off the darkness. The threatening thunderclaps drown out the restless murmurs of soldiers, each man aware that his soul may soon journey into the abyss. The Ottomans approach like a tidal wave, relentless and merciless. They are the ghosts of nightmares, a horde of shadows with an insatiable thirst for conquest. Stand your ground. The cry rings through the ranks, desperation and defiance woven tightly together. These words are supposed to inspire courage, but I hear the tremor in the voice that calls them. I see faces turn pale, and I know the fear ripples through them like an electric current. I want to grasp their shoulders, to shake them awake from this waking nightmare, to tell them that courage has never been about the absence of fear. It's about fighting despite it. But the ground trembles beneath us, not just from the march of our enemies, but from the memories that haunt our every breath. I remember tales of the past, stories told around flickering fires of men and women who stood up against impossible odds. Yet here we are, on the verge of becoming a footnote in some distant history book, just another tale of valor lost. The thought is suffocating, wrapping around my throat like a noose. As dawn edges closer, the horizon bleeds red, and the first arrows hiss through the air, sharp and deadly. Istvan screams a battle cry, raw and primal, and although it echoes with the bravado of a lion, I can see the truth behind his mask, he is terrified. He charges forward, thrusting his spear into the darkness. My heart races with him, I can feel his courage and his fear harmonizing into a desperate song that pulls at something deep within me. Elisabetta stands tall, raising a sword that glints ominously in the pale light. She is a storm, untamed and furious, calling upon the spirits of the fallen. For my brother, she shouts, and the wind carries her voice, wrapping around us like a battle hymn, electrifying the very air we breathe. I see her charge, and for a moment, I forget my own fears, caught up in her fierce determination, in the beauty of a woman transformed by the fires of rage and grief. As the first clash of steel rings out, it ignites something primal within us. The battlefield erupts into chaos, the air thick with the scent of blood, the sounds of despair and fury colliding in an unholy symphony. In the heart of the storm, I run, the mud sucking at my boots, the screams of men echoing in my ears, but it's not their cries that haunt me. It's the silence that follows, the bone-chilling stillness that lingers like a ghost, waiting for the next scream to shatter the air. In that moment, I catch a glimpse of Istvan, grappling with an Ottoman soldier, their bodies entwined in a dance of life and death. His face is a mask of rage, but his eyes betray him, brimming with fear. The soldier is relentless, a force of nature. I feel the tug of fate, the cosmic threads weaving our destinies tighter, pulling us in a grotesque ballet. I won't die here. Istvan bellows, but the words feel like a prayer, and prayers often go unanswered. Elisabetta fights like a whirlwind, slicing through the chaos, her every move a mix of grace and fury. She is a tempest, yet there's a flicker of doubt hiding behind her bravado. I see it in the way her sword falters for a moment, as if the weight of the world presses down upon her shoulders. She thinks of her brother, of the price of losing him, the haunting echo of his laughter now a ghostly reminder of what was. I will make them pay, she vows silently, determination igniting a fire within her. The battlefield becomes a canvas, painted with blood and despair, and I am but a brushstroke, barely holding on to the edges of this relentless storm. I hear the whispers of the dead, the cries of the fallen merging into a cacophony of despair. Time stretches, contracts, and shatters like glass around us, the world dissolving into a whirlpool of chaos, the very fabric of existence fraying at the edges. I remember the silence that follows each clash, the stillness before the storm breaks anew. It's in these moments that I see the faces of fallen comrades, their eyes wide with surprise, their dreams extinguished like flickering candles snuffed by a cruel wind. I feel the weight of their unfulfilled hopes, a burden that settles on my chest, suffocating. The dance continues, a brutal ballet of death and defiance, and I am swept away, lost in the thrumming heartbeat of chaos. With every heartbeat, the past merges with the present, and I am left to wonder, what will become of us when the dust settles? When the echoes fade into silence, will we still be mere shadows, or will we rise from the ashes like the phoenix, forever changed, forever haunted? The battle rages on, but the dawn has come. I stand at the edge of the abyss, a witness to the fragility of life itself. The weight of destiny hangs heavily in the air, a promise unfulfilled and a future still unwritten. The horizon glows with an eerie light, illuminating the faces of those who fight, those who love, those who dare to dream amidst the chaos. The Battle of Varna is just beginning, and with each moment, we are all tethered to the uncertain threads of fate, caught in a web spun from courage, loss, and the unyielding desire to live. The shadows in the Grand Vizier's chamber clung to the walls like secrets. The air was thick with tension as Mehmed stared down at the map laid out before him, the parchment a writhing mass of inked lines that carved out a world both familiar and foreign. His fingers traced the borders, trembling with a mix of rage and desperation, marking territories that were once his and others that were still just out of reach. Outside, the evening sun surrendered to twilight, casting long fingers of darkness that crept into the room. A clock ticked somewhere, each beat a reminder of time slipping away, of opportunities lost. "Your Majesty," the vizier's voice trembled, a whisper barely above the rustling of parchment. "The alliance with the Mamluks grows tenuous. They seek to reclaim what they believe is rightfully theirs." Mehmed's heart raced, an echo of a war drum in his chest. He could feel the weight of the world pressing down on him, each ally a thread in a delicate tapestry, each potential betrayal a knife poised to unravel it all. He was the Sultan, the ruler of a waning empire, and yet he felt like a boy playing at kings, the crown heavy and mocking on his brow. "I remember a time when they bowed to us," he muttered, memory swirling like smoke in his mind. The past, a glorious dream that had turned into a nightmare, haunted him. What changed? His thoughts drifted to Halim, the fierce and loyal woman who had once stood by his side, her laughter a balm against the encroaching shadows. Their alliance had reeked of love and war, a chaotic blend of passion and politics. But now, her absence clawed at him, a visceral reminder of the fragility of loyalty. He had sent her away, fearing that her presence might draw enemies closer, but it felt like casting away his own heart. "Perhaps we need to consider," the vizier trailed off, sensing the storm brewing in Mehmed's eyes. "What?" he snapped, the word a lightning bolt that shattered the silence. "What do you propose? To grovel at their feet? To beg for forgiveness?" The room shuddered with his fury, and the vizier flinched, the flickering candlelight revealing the fear etched on his face. The Sultan, in his rage, was a tempest, and the storm was gathering strength. He clenched his fists, nails digging into flesh. "I remember standing on the battlements, watching our banners wave proudly in the wind," Mehmed said, voice low now, all the anger bleeding out, leaving behind a raw ache. "The world was ours, and we ruled it with an iron fist. Now I'm left with whispers of betrayal and shadows of doubt." Across the room, a figure stepped into the dim light, a ghost from his past. It was Halim, her silhouette framed by the door, regal yet wary. The flames danced in her eyes, a fierce spirit unbroken by distance. Murmured, she breathed, the name heavy with unspoken words. You cannot control everything. Not even with bloodshed. He felt the air thicken, a palpable tension that wrapped around them like a shroud. Time seemed to halt, the clock's relentless ticking fading into a muffled heartbeat. Each second stretched until it was both agonizing and intoxicating. Then what do you propose? He challenged, his voice harsh, cutting like a blade. What do you want from me? What I want, she stepped forward, defiance in her gaze, is for you to remember who you are. Not just a ruler, but a man. Alliance is forged in trust, not fear. The room erupted into a cacophony of voices, the vizier interjecting, trying to drown out the emotional storm that swirled between them. Your Majesty, we must consider, enough. Mehmed's voice rumbled, silencing them both. I cannot be both Sultan and a man. The world does not allow for such folly. Halim's eyes, fierce and steadfast, held him captive. But what if you could? What if you allowed yourself to be vulnerable? To reach out, to mend what has been broken? A crack formed in the fortress of his heart, a fissure revealing a glimmer of hope. And what if they betray me again? I'd rather risk betrayal than live a life devoid of connection, she replied, her voice a fierce whisper, cutting through the darkness like a beacon. Isn't that worth the gamble? The intensity of her gaze ignited something within him, a flicker of warmth in the oppressive chill of uncertainty. The weight of the crown felt lighter, almost bearable, under her scrutiny. But the shadows loomed, whispering of treachery and war. Then how do I approach them? He pressed, but he could already feel the tendrils of fear creeping back. Not as a sultan, she urged. Go as a brother. Appeal to their humanity. The chamber fell silent, the tension thick enough to choke. Outside, the city stirred, alive with rumors and whispers of impending conflict, a heartbeat of its own. The world outside mirrored the chaos within. Time is not on our side, the vizier reminded, his voice a specter of urgency. In that moment, the clock ticked louder, pulling Mehmed back from the brink of vulnerability. Allies turned enemies, shadows of doubt, the specter of loss loomed ominously. Fine, he snapped, withdrawing into himself. I will consider your counsel, Halim, but know this, betrayal will not go unpunished. The weight of his words hung in the air, pregnant with threats and promises. Halim's eyes flickered with something unrecognizable. Fear? Compassion? I remember the boy who dreamed of a better world, she whispered, stepping back into the shadows. Not just a ruler, but a leader. And just like that, she vanished into the darkness, leaving Mehmed alone again with a map that sprawled like a battlefield across the table. The inked lines became veins, pulsing with the lifeblood of empires, of hearts intertwined and fractured. A soft breeze swept through the chamber, carrying with it the scent of impending rain. Outside, the city held its breath, an anxious anticipation hanging in the air. The world was shifting, and he could feel it deep within his bones. With each tick of the clock, alliances crackled like static, a prelude to something both breathtaking and terrifying. Time, he whispered to himself, is a fickle ally. And with that, he began to plot, a sultan reborn, caught in a web of diplomacy and desperation, his heart poised to clash against the storm. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit chapel, a whisper of despair lingered in the air, heavy as a funeral shroud. I could feel it, like a pulse, the heartbeat of a dying world, caught in the throes of betrayal. The scent of burning candles mingled with the acrid tang of sweat and fear, as noble and common alike knelt on the cold stone floor, desperate for divine intervention. Eleanor, her fingers trembling, clutched a rosary like it was a lifeline thrown into stormy waters. Forgive me, Father, she murmured, but her voice was thick with doubt. The weight of her thoughts spiraled like smoke, curling into the dark corners of her mind. She had been raised on the conviction that the church was the bastion of truth, the moral compass guiding humanity through darkness. Yet here she was, kneeling in a sanctum that felt more like a cage, suffocated by the chains of conflicting loyalties. Across the aisle, Lord Cedric's brow furrowed, setting deep lines into his weathered face, hardened by years of battle and blood. To him, the church had once been a source of power, a tool to wield against rivals and dissenters. Yet now it felt as if he were grasping at shadows, the very edifice of authority crumbling beneath his feet. The Pope's decree had arrived like a storm, tearing through the fabric of Christendom, igniting a fire of rebellion that threatened to engulf them all. "I will not bow to tyranny," Cedric growled under his breath, the words sharp as a dagger, yet they fell like leaden weights in the silence. He could feel the eyes of the congregation upon him, but it was not their judgment he feared. It was the spectre of doubt that haunted his every thought, gnawing at him with relentless insistence. The Pope's voice echoed in his mind, an authoritarian spectre that whispered of excommunication and eternal damnation. "Cedric!" Eleanor's voice pierced through the fog of uncertainty. She rose, eyes blazing, determination kindling in her heart like a flame in the night. "You cannot let them dictate our fates. We are not pawns on a chessboard." Yet even as she spoke, the weight of their reality hung thick in the air. Allies turned to enemies, friends became ghosts in the gathering storm. The church had become a battlefield, each decree a blow in a war fought with whispers and intrigue. The tension crackled like lightning, ready to strike and fracture the fragile alliances that held the realm together. "Do you not see?" Cedric's voice trembled with a mixture of fury and despair. "The Pope's power is vast. He holds the strings of our very souls. To defy him is to court oblivion." His words hung between them, a chasm of fear and longing, but Eleanor stepped forward, unwavering. "What is life without honor, Cedric? What is faith if it can be so easily crushed?" Her heart beat fiercely, echoing in the hollow chamber, an anthem of rebellion. She remembered the stories of martyrs, their courage kindling hope in the darkest of times. "We must fight. We must stand for what is just." Her fervor ignited sparks in Cedric's chest, but the shadows of doubt loomed large. A ghost of his past whispered treacherously, painting vivid images of betrayal. He recalled nights spent in the company of his brother, planning their rise, dreaming of power and glory, only to have it all snatched away by the church's iron grip. But Eleanor? She was a bright star in his otherwise dim world, and the thought of losing her twisted like a blade in his gut. A sharp crack echoed through the chapel, a heavy door swung open, and the moment shattered like glass. The figure of a priest emerged, cloaked in dark robes, eyes swirling with righteous rage. "You dare question the will of God?" His voice was a thunderstorm, crackling with authority. "You will bring ruin upon us all." The words resonated, a fever pitch of fear igniting the air. Cedric felt a pressure building in his chest, a tempest of emotion swirling within him. Eleanor stood frozen, her heart racing. The walls felt alive, pulsating with the weight of history, of blood spilled and futures lost. "I remember," she whispered, her voice now a fragile thread. "I remember the stories of the faithful, those who stood against Rome." She met Cedric's gaze, her conviction a beacon illuminating the darkness threatening to consume them. "We must not let fear dictate our choices. We have a chance to write our own fate." But Cedric's heart raced for a different reason. He could feel the insidious pull of loyalty to the church, the weight of a lifetime spent in its shadow. What if we fail? The question hung, heavy with despair, a spectre of what ifs that loomed large. "Then we will fail together," Eleanor replied, her voice steady. "But failure in the fight for our souls is far nobler than silence." In that charged moment, a silence enveloped them, thick and suffocating. The priest's presence became a ghost, fading into the backdrop of their shared turmoil. Eleanor and Cedric stood at the precipice, embroiled in a battle waged not with swords but with the very essence of their beings, their beliefs, their love, their souls. Tensions crackled like thunder in the distance, a looming storm that threatened to engulf the world outside. But inside that chapel, time seemed to pause, each heartbeat reverberating like a war drum, echoing the struggle between loyalty and righteousness. The hourglass trickled, grains of sand falling one by one, marking the slow passage of time that felt both eternal and fleeting. Shadows danced along the walls, mocking their indecision as ghosts of guilt whispered from the past. And as the flame of hope flickered against the backdrop of looming darkness, they made their choice, two souls entwined in a struggle greater than themselves, caught in a tapestry of faith and rebellion. The clash with the papacy was not merely a struggle for power, it had become a fight for the very essence of who they were, an unyielding testament to the human spirit. In that moment, they stood not as mere pawns but as warriors in a cosmic battle, defying the pull of a fate dictated by a distant authority. In the silence that followed, a spark ignited in their hearts, raw, relentless, and impossibly alive. The world outside would tremble, and Christendom would quake, but in that hallowed space, they knew they had ignited a fire that could not be extinguished. And as shadows loomed and uncertainty swirled, they took a step forward, hand in trembling hand, ready to face whatever darkness awaited them beyond the chapel doors, for love, honor, and defiance would guide them through the tempest. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and fear. Night had fallen like a heavy curtain, wrapping the city of Tabriz in shadows, where the whispers of old ghosts tangled with the flickering lights of 1,000 candles. In the distance, the rattling of horse hooves echoed, a harbinger of chaos, slicing through the stillness. I stood there, my heart pounding like a war drum, as a figure emerged from the haze, Shah Ismail, his eyes glinting with the kind of fervor that sends shivers down your spine. He was young, too young, but his presence was an electric surge, igniting the air around him. "Can you hear it?" he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, yet it roared like a lion in my ears. "The call of destiny, the laughter of our ancestors. They want blood, and we shall give it to them." Beside him, Tabriz glistened as if made of broken dreams. The streets were an intricate web of hope and despair, each corner hiding stories of longing and betrayal. I knew the tension, the weight of expectation. The townsfolk looked on, their faces weary and worn, each one a canvas painted with the strokes of fear. I felt their pulse, a collective heartbeat resonating in the silence, pounding through the very ground beneath my feet. Then there was Azar, a soldier whose soul was as fractured as the armor he wore. His hand shook, not from fear, but from an aching desire to protect. He had lost too many already, friends turned to shadows in the blink of an eye, their laughter swallowed by the night. "Ismail," he pleaded, desperation clawing at his throat, "this is madness. The Ottomans will crush us. We are mere children playing at war." "No, Azar," Shah Ismail snapped, his voice like ice. "We are not merely children, we are the fire that will forge a new world. The Safavid flame must burn bright." His words ignited something within me, a reckless hope coupled with paralyzing dread. I wanted to believe him, I wanted to believe that we were not just pawns in a game played by gods. But the echoes of history screamed otherwise. I remembered the tales of war, the tales of loss. I remembered the blood-soaked earth and the cries of the fallen, a symphony of despair that reverberated through the ages. Outside, the night grew restless. Shadows danced, twisted forms flickering in and out of existence as if they were specters from another life. A reminder that time was a cruel mistress, mocking us with the fleeting nature of our dreams. And still, the call to arms beckoned. "Azar," I found myself saying, my voice trembling with urgency. "What if this is our moment? A chance to usher in a new dawn? Or will we remain forever trapped in the night?" His gaze bore into mine, searching for something, an answer? A reason? But all he found was the reflection of his own fear. And what if it's a grave? His eyes were haunted, mirroring the ghosts that tormented us both, the specters of what we had lost, of what we were terrified to lose again. The city swelled around us, a living entity thrumming with anticipation. I felt its heartbeat as if it were my own. The marketplaces, once bustling with voices of laughter and trade, now lay silent, as if holding their breath. The walls of Tabriz seemed to lean in, listening. "Do you remember the stars, Azal?" I asked, my words a soft brush against the palpable tension. How they shimmered like the dreams we once entertained. A reminder that even in the darkness, beauty exists. His laughter came out sharp, a slice through the thick air. Beauty? In war? In blood? Yes. I insisted, my voice rising. In the hearts of those who dare to fight. In the relentless pursuit of what is right. But doubt hung heavy, swirling into an oppressive fog. With each passing moment, the specter of the Safavid threat loomed larger, creeping like a shadow across the land, threatening to engulf everything in its path. It was not just an enemy, It was a storm, a tempest of faith and fervor, of 1,000 lives caught in its wake. The tension shifted, thick as smoke, and I felt it coiling around us, constricting, suffocating. "They are coming," I whispered, a tremor running through me. "The Safavids will tear through this city, and we stand here arguing like fools." Azov stared into the distance, his face a mask of conflict. "What if we are the fools?" His words carried the weight of tragedy, reverberating through the silence that enveloped us. "What if we are merely pawns, destined to suffer the same fate as those before us?" But Shah Ismail stood firm, a lion among lambs. "We are more than pawns. We are the embodiment of change. This is a war fought not just with swords, but with hearts ablaze." His voice rose, a beacon in the night, igniting something deep within me. And then it came, a rumble, a distant echo that shook the very ground. The Safavid forces were approaching, their banners billowing in the wind like dark clouds ready to unleash the storm. "Prepare yourselves," Ismail commanded, and I felt a shiver run through the crowd, an electric wave of dread and determination. We were not just standing on the precipice of war, we were staring into the abyss itself. I could feel it now, the pulse of the city, the rhythm of fate, thrumming in time with our own hearts. The air crackled with anticipation, every breath heavy with the weight of what was to come. As the first shadows of dawn began to break, casting an eerie glow upon the horizon, I knew this was just the beginning. The rise of the Safavid threat had just begun, and we were caught in its relentless tide, teetering on the edge of destiny. The clock was ticking, and each second felt like a drumbeat of war, calling us forth into the unknown. All we could do was brace ourselves for the inevitable clash, the collision of dreams and nightmares, a battle not just for land, but for the very soul of a nation. And as the sun inched higher, illuminating the path ahead, I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of history bearing down on us, ready to erupt into a cacophony of hope and despair, where only the bravest would dare to stand. The stillness in the air was thick, as if the world outside had been swallowed whole. I could hear the soft rustle of silk skirts, the faint echo of whispered secrets dancing among the towering columns of Mehmed's court. A flickering candle cast twisted shadows, and I held my breath, waiting for the inevitable clash that loomed just beyond the horizon of my heart. I remember the chill that ran down my spine that night, the way the fabric clung to my skin like a lover's embrace, each moment stretching into eternity. They were all there, women, powerful yet powerless, draped in layers of brocade and silk, their beauty a currency that had the power to build empires and tear them apart. Zeynep, the queen's confidant, stood at the edge of the room, her eyes a storm of fear and determination. She had once been a whisper of a girl, now hardened by the weight of her choices. I remember how her hands trembled as she brushed back the strands of hair that clung to her forehead, the subtle act both intimate and revealing. In her mind, she wrestled with decisions that could redefine her existence, the caught a web of intrigue that ensnared the innocent and guilty alike. The scent of jasmine hung heavily in the air, sweet yet suffocating, much like the power of the court itself. "Zeynep," I murmured, my voice barely a whisper as I approached her. "You can't stay here." Her gaze pierced through the haze of uncertainty, a glance that felt like ice shattering against stone. "Where would I go?" It was a plea, but there was a fire in her tone, a hint of rebellion that flickered like the candlelight. In that moment, she was every woman who had ever stood at the edge of destiny, fighting against the chains that bound them. As the night deepened, I could hear the distant echoes of laughter, the thud of revelry merging with the heartbeats of those who yearned for freedom. I closed my eyes, momentarily lost in the cadence of life that thrummed outside those ornate doors. But inside, the tension was palpable. Each woman in the court wore her own fear like a second skin, a haunting reminder of the dangers that lurked just beyond their gilded cages. Then there was Layla, the young wife of a powerful general, whose beauty was both her greatest weapon and her most crippling curse. I remember the first time I saw her, a vision in a crimson dress, a blood-red flower blooming amid the drabness of the court. Now, as she stood there, her fingers tracing the edge of a pearl necklace, I saw the cracks beneath her perfect facade. She was a puppet, dancing on strings pulled by men who traded her worth like coins in a marketplace. "Layla, you can't trust them," I urged, the words spilling out in a frantic rush. "They'll devour you." "Devour," she repeated, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "They'll strip me bare first, then feed me to the crows." The shadows of despair clung to her words, the darkness of reality sinking deep into her soul. The silence enveloped us again, thick and heavy, as we shared a moment of understanding, a fleeting connection that felt like a lifeline cast in dark waters. I could see the ghosts of dreams dancing in her eyes, memories of laughter and whispered promises that had long since faded into the bleakness of ambition and betrayal. Yet, amidst the despair, there was a pulse of defiance. I could feel it in the air, an electric current that crackled between us. It was a shared resolve, a collective yearning that bound us together, and for a fleeting instant, I believed we could shape our own destinies. But that belief was as fragile as the candle's flame, flickering in the winds of fate. The heavy doors swung open, cutting through our sanctuary of silence like a knife, and there he stood, Mehmed, the Sultan, a figure draped in authority and expectation. His presence filled the room, and I could feel the weight of his gaze, scrutinizing every inch of us, every hidden corner of our lives that he could mold to his will. "Ladies," he uttered, his voice smooth like silk, yet laden with unspoken threats. "You stand in my court. You have no power here, only the illusions of it." His eyes landed on Zeynep, and I watched the way she straightened her spine, as if preparing to meet the storm head-on. "Power is a fickle thing, my Sultan," Zeynep replied, her voice steady like the earth beneath our feet, defiant in the face of a tempest. "It can be taken, but it can also be forged." And in that moment, I knew, the battle was no longer just against the constraints of our roles within Mehmed's court, but against the very fabric of a world that sought to silence our voices. I could feel the tension snap like a taut string, and the air crackled with unspoken possibilities. Layla's eyes widened, fear and admiration warring within her. "We could," she began, but the words got stuck in her throat, choked by the enormity of what lay ahead. "Could what?" Mehmed stepped closer, a predator drawn to the scent of weakness. "Speak freely, ladies. I promise you, there are no consequences for honesty here." The laughter echoed in my mind, cruel and mocking. "Yes, we could rise, but what would it cost us?" The court was a labyrinth filled with snares, each choice spiraling into darkness, every step potentially leading to our undoing. I remember the warmth of hope battling against the cold winds of reality, the heartache and exhilaration intertwining like a lover's embrace. As Zeynep took a step forward, I felt her courage swell, a tidal wave of emotion crashing against the shore of doubt. "We are women, Mehmed. Not mere shadows in your court. We are the pulse of this kingdom, the heart that beats beneath the surface of your power." I held my breath, the world narrowing to the space between her words and the Sultan's response. A flicker of something, fear, perhaps, crossed his face, and I sensed a shift in the air, an electric charge that promised to either ignite or destroy. Time itself seemed to hold its breath as the moment stretched out like a taut bowstring, ready to snap. The stakes had changed, and the shadows of the night deepened around us, ready to consume or illuminate what lay ahead. I remember thinking that this was the beginning of something, a confrontation, a reckoning. We stood at the precipice, the very embodiment of rebellion and vulnerability intertwined, our fates hanging in the balance like the flickering candlelight that surrounded us. And as the echoes of our defiance reverberated into the silence, I felt the weight of history shift beneath our feet, as if the very cosmos had paused to listen. As we stood on the edge of potential doom, I knew with a fierce clarity, this was merely the beginning. The air was thick with tension, a palpable heaviness that clung to the skin like wet wool. Midnight's breath whispered through the narrow streets, carrying the scent of damp earth and secrets yet to be told. A distant shout pierced the silence, muffled, like a ghost clawing its way back from the shadows. I remember the fear swelling in my chest as I pressed my back against the cold stone wall, heart hammering like a war drum, every echo of that shout reverberating within me. Just beyond the alley, the moon hung low, an eerie spotlight illuminating chaos. I saw Yasin, a scrappy young man dangerously caught between the fervor of rebellion and the despair of his circumstance. His eyes, dark and fierce, were pools of defiance, yet I could see the cracks, the weight of family expectations, the burden of honor. "They'll kill me if I don't," he muttered, voice laced with a tremor that betrayed his bravado. I remember thinking how absurd it was that a mere decree, a piece of parchment, could twist the lives of men like Yasin into knots. The Kanan, they called it, a new law meant to bring order, but all it did was ignite the embers of discord. It was a monster of bureaucracy, a beast feeding on the marrow of dreams. And there was Layla, fierce as a tempest, her spirit a wildfire of rebellion. She stood beside Yasin, hands clenched into fists, each knuckle white against the night. "We can't let them take this from us," she said, voice steady. But I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the way they darted to the streets, to the shadows lurking, waiting like coiled serpents. What if it's too late? The weight of those words hung in the air, a haunting echo. I felt a chill crawl down my spine. What if it was too late? What if the Kanan had already seeped into the very bones of their existence, twisting their reality into something unrecognizable, something monstrous? I wanted to scream, to shake them out of their stupor, to remind them of life before the ink dried on the law that bound them like chains. "Remember when we thought freedom was just a word?" I whispered, the irony spilling from my lips like a bitter wine. "Now it's an executioner's blade." The ghosts of our dreams lingered in the shadows, thick as fog, reminding us of the laughter and warmth we once shared, back when a simple gathering felt like rebellion against the mundane. But tonight, the laughter was muffled, swallowed whole by the fear that the Kanan would rip apart everything they held dear. The streets held their breath, the city a stage where the actors danced under the watchful gaze of the moon. I could see the cracks in Yasin's resolve, the way his brow furrowed as he glanced at Layla. He wanted to protect her, to shield her from the fallout of a world where laws were written not to uplift but to suppress. Yet, in that very instinct lay the roots of his turmoil. "The law is clear," he muttered, voice barely above a whisper. But what's clear isn't always right. His brow furrowed deeper as if grappling with a truth that clawed at his insides. And then, the distant sound of boots on cobblestones froze us in place. A wave of panic surged through me, an electric pulse of dread. The guards! They marched with purpose, faces blank as stone, eyes devoid of compassion. They were the jagged edge of the Kanan, the enforcers of an order that felt less like justice and more like tyranny. "Run!" Layla shouted, but the word hung heavy, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. I felt time stretch, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes, and as we fled, I couldn't help but glance back, the shadows swallowing the moment whole. Yasin's breath was hot against my neck, each exhale a reminder that we were alive, but for how long? I could feel the fear coursing through him, the same fear that had haunted me since the dawn of the Kanan. What would it mean for us, for our families, for our very souls? The world outside was not as it seemed. Beneath the surface of order lay chaos, and the law, in its iron grip, had transformed citizens into mere numbers, lives into statistics. The Kanan, they said, would bring justice. But justice had become a cruel mistress, merciless and blind. "Do you remember the stories of old?" I asked, breathless. When justice was swift and true, not a weapon wielded to silence the voices of the innocent. Layla's eyes flashed with fury, a storm brewing. That was then. This is now. We can't be history's ghosts, mere whispers lost to the winds. As we turned a corner, the weight of our resolve pulled us forward, yet the unanswered questions hung thick like fog. Were we ready to face the consequences? Would we dare challenge a world where the law had become a living, breathing entity, stalking its prey? I could feel the clock ticking, the heartbeat of time echoing our desperation. With each step, I felt the shadows growing bolder, the ghosts of our past lives taunting us for our inaction. The Kanan was not just a law, it was an omen, a sign that the darkness could consume us if we didn't rise above it. In that moment, I realized the only way through the suffocating night was to confront the very thing that sought to bind us. Yasin's hand found mine, warmth against the cold dread. Layla's spirit surged beside us, fierce and unyielding. Together, we embraced the chaos, the uncertainty, and the haunting truth that no law could extinguish the fire of our defiance. "Let them come," I said, a shaky breath intermingling with newfound resolve. "We'll carve our own path. Together." And so, in the heart of the night, we prepared to stand against the tide, our souls intertwining like ivy, ready to wrestle with the very law that sought to oppress us. And as we faced the abyss, I realized that perhaps the greatest act of defiance was simply to live, flawed, uncertain, yet undeniably alive. The sirens wail like banshees, slicing through the dusky Istanbul air, drowning out the murmurs of history that linger in every stone. I stand in the shadow of the new skyscraper, its steel bones jutting into the twilight, a grotesque parody of the ancient minarets rising like sentinels from the city's heart. Here, innovation and decay dance a macabre tango, and I can feel the weight of 1,000 dreams and nightmares pressing down upon me, clamoring for my attention. A man stands beside me, his eyes glazed, reflecting the chaos of the streets, his hands trembling slightly, as if they're still trying to grasp the remnants of something long lost. This is Emre, an architect once filled with hope and vision, now a ghost haunting the very structures he sought to create. He stares at what's meant to symbolize progress, but to him, it's an abomination. I remember the whispers of the old men, he mutters, his voice thick with despair. They spoke of honor, of building to last, not this travesty. Behind him, the cacophony rises, a crowd protesting, voices overlapping like layers of paint on a forgotten canvas. I see Zeynep, her figure a storm of determination and fear, rallying the throng with a voice that cuts through the noise like a knife. She is my heart's echo, fierce and bright, but there's an undercurrent of something darker beneath her surface, a fear that gnaws at her like a relentless tide. We won't let them erase our past. We won't be silenced. The fervor ripples through the crowd, and I feel the pulse of the city surge in response, a living organism reacting to the threats looming overhead. I remember the first time we stood together, under the sun's warm embrace, dreaming of a city that honored its roots while reaching for the sky. But now, the sun is an indifferent spectator, hidden behind clouds of dust and disillusionment. The architecture of power is not merely in the structures rising around us, it's in the hearts of those who dare to resist. Emre's voice breaks through my reverie. You think they care about history? His bitterness is a bitter pill, staining the air between us. It's all about the bottom line. Profit over soul. I can't argue, I've seen the blueprints, the numbers, the cold calculations that drive men to sacrifice their dreams on the altar of capitalism. It's a disease, an affliction that spreads through the city like wildfire. But my gaze drifts back to Zeynep, her face illuminated by the flickering lights of protest signs, eyes aflame with passion. I remember the way her laughter used to ring through our late-night discussions, a melody laced with hope. Now, it's a haunting echo. Zeynep, I whisper, but the words are lost in the tumult. She's a warrior, standing tall against the shadows that seek to engulf us all, but I fear the toll this battle will take on her spirit. As the crowd swells, I notice the subtle shift in the air. There's a tension, a crackling charge that hints at the volatility of the moment. I remember the stories of Istanbul's past, the fires of revolution, the blood spilled on cobblestones that now serve as a reminder of the cost of freedom. My pulse quickens, history has a way of repeating itself, often in the most brutal of ways. The darkness looms closer. A figure emerges from the mass of protesters, a man in a suit, power radiating off him like a hot flame. He approaches with a grace that belies his intentions. You think you can stop progress, he calls out, his voice smooth, yet edged with threat. The crowd grows quiet, tension thickening the air, every breath a collective heartbeat shared in fear. Zeynep steps forward, unyielding, and I can see the tremor in her hands, the flicker of doubt in her eyes. We're not afraid of you, she shouts, but I can feel her uncertainty, like a crack in porcelain. Beneath her defiance lies a vulnerability, a whisper that this might be the moment when everything changes. I want to reach out, to tell her that fear is a powerful enemy, but words elude me. Fear. The man scoffs, his smile cold and predatory. You should be afraid. Your resistance is a fleeting illusion, a blip in the grand design. With that, he gestures, and a line of police officers appears, shields in place, a wall of authority ready to crush dissent beneath their boots. My heart races, every beat echoing the urgency of the moment. Instinctively, I take a step towards Zeynep, but Emre grips my arm, a vice of desperation. No, he urges, his voice low, filled with an urgency that's hard to ignore. If we intervene, they'll only escalate. We're outnumbered. But I can't bear the thought of her standing alone, unprotected, against the encroaching darkness. She needs us, I hiss, torn between fear and loyalty, longing and dread. The city itself seems to hold its breath, caught in a moment suspended in time, the fight between history and ambition playing out beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient stones. Zeynep's eyes lock with mine, and in that instant, I feel the weight of our shared dreams, the promise of a city built not just of stone, but of hope. I remember our laughter, our plans, the way we believed in the impossible. As the officers advance, the line between courage and madness blurs. I can't help but think of the ghosts watching us, the souls of those who fought before, their legacies woven into the fabric of this city. Let's build something worth fighting for, Zeynep calls, her voice ringing out like a rallying cry. It's then that I realize, we are the architects of this moment, the power lies within us. My heart pounds, and in the midst of fear, a flicker of determination ignites. I remember the stories of resilience, the times when the people of Istanbul rose against tyranny with nothing but their voices and their will. And just like that, the night thickens, the shadows creep ever closer, and I know that this is only the beginning. The architecture of power is not confined to brick and mortar, it lives and breathes in our hearts, in our struggles, in our unwavering belief that we can reclaim what is ours. The night was thick with the scent of smoke and betrayal, shadows curling like whispers along the cobblestones. Light flickered from the lanterns, casting a spectral glow that danced with the ghosts of empires long past. I stood there, heart racing, a ragged breath caught in my throat. The air crackled with tension, an unseen spectre of history loomed, waiting for the moment to strike. Amir! I could feel the pulse of dread in my fingertips, the heat of humiliation rising from the pit of my stomach. My brother's name escaped me like a prayer, a desperate plea to the cosmos for salvation. But there he stood, defiant, proud, a silhouette against the night. Amir, whose laughter once filled our home like music, was now a warrior caught in the web of a larger conflict, the borders of our identities fraying with every word. Outside, the city breathed, a living tapestry woven from the threads of the Ottoman, Byzantine, and Persian worlds. The vibrant markets, once a symphony of color and sound, felt like a funeral dirge. Merchants shouted their wares, trying to drown the impending chaos in commerce, but the weight of expectation hung heavier than the spices that filled the air. I could hear the clink of coins, the rustle of silk, and the far-off clash of swords, a haunting melody of ambition and despair. "Do you even hear yourself?" I whispered fiercely, raw with the ache of brotherly love mixed with resentment. "You're throwing our lives away for what? Power? Glory? A title?" My heart thudded in my chest as I moved closer, desperate to bridge the chasm growing between us. But Amir's eyes, those once bright, mischievous eyes, were now stormy, filled with the weight of history's burden. "You don't understand, Layla. They'll never respect us. They'll never see us as more than shadows in their grand tapestry unless we take what is ours." His voice, once filled with laughter, now dripped with the bitterness of unfulfilled dreams, echoing the cries of countless souls who walked these streets before us. It was at that moment, standing in the heart of this city, a city that had cradled the dreams of sultans, emperors, and poets, that I felt the unbearable weight of our lineage. The Ottoman palaces, the Byzantine churches, and the Persian gardens, each bore witness to the relentless march of time. And here we were, two children of this chaos, grappling with the jagged remains of our ancestors' dreams. "Do you think they cared about bloodlines?" I asked, my words sharp as they sliced through the heavy air. "Do you think the ghosts that haunt these streets will let you command them simply because you wear their name like a cloak? You're just a pawn in a game played by kings and phantoms." The silence that followed was deafening. It wrapped around us, thick and suffocating, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for one of us to break. I could feel the ghosts watching, listening, specters of figures who once fought for power, for love, for place in this ever-shifting world. Would we, too, become shadows in the annals of history? Amir's anger flared, a tempest in his chest. "You think being cautious makes you wise? You're just afraid. Afraid of the bloodshed, of the fire that will consume us all." His voice rose, each syllable echoing the forgotten battles fought in these very streets. I refuse to be a whisper in the history books. I want to shout my name until it shatters the heavens. And there it was, the clash of dreams, the visceral pull of ambition versus compassion. I felt my own heart breaking, torn between the love for my brother and the stark reality of his choices, as if history itself was clutching at my soul. But at what cost, Amir? The shadows around us shifted, teasing at something darker lurking in the alleys beyond, a fear that could not be quelled by swords or glory. The clock tower chimed ominously, its notes trailing off into the dark, a reminder that time was relentless, that it would swallow us whole if we didn't tread carefully. Each chime echoed like a heartbeat, a countdown to a confrontation that threatened to eclipse every bond we shared. Behind us, the city held its breath, the ancient stones beneath our feet whispering secrets of conquests and tragedies. A woman in the market, her face etched with sorrow, cradled a broken vase, its shards glimmering like the remnants of shattered dreams. I saw in her eyes the reflection of every sacrifice made, every life lost, every hope extinguished in the face of ambition. "Layla, you have to trust me." Amir's voice broke through the haze of my thoughts, desperation lacing the edges. "This is bigger than us. It's about our legacy, our place in the world." But all I saw was the impending storm, the darkness of history that threatened to consume us both. A legacy of blood. My heart ached with the weight of his words. What kind of future are we building here? One that will drown us in our own ambition. In that moment, time stretched, each heartbeat an eternity, each breath a weight that hung in the air. But as our eyes locked, I saw something shift beneath his bravado, an uncertainty, a flicker of doubt. Was he truly the monster he feared becoming, or merely a boy lost in a world far more complex than he could grasp? The night deepened, the stars above cloaked in shadows, and I realized we were both haunted by our dreams, our fears, and the ghosts of history watching and waiting. The city pulsed around us, a living entity woven of triumph and tragedy, and I could not escape the feeling that we were merely players on a stage, our fates intertwined with the destinies of those who had come before. "Amir," I whispered, a plea like a prayer hanging in the air. "Choose carefully, for the echoes of our actions may resonate far beyond these walls." But the moment slipped like sand through our fingers, the confrontation looming just ahead, a tempest ready to break. The city had its secrets, and we were about to learn that some legacies are forged not in triumph but in the silence between breaths, where dreams collide with reality and the shadows of the past reach out to claim their due. The night was alive with the promise of conflict, whispers of empires past, and the palpable tension of a history reawakening. We stood at the precipice of something vast and terrifying, and as the first crack of lightning illuminated the shadows, I knew we were bound to face whatever storm awaited us together. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and the distant echoes of clashing swords, as if the very earth were groaning under the weight of history. I stood there, breathless, in the heart of a city crumbling under the weight of its own glory. The walls of Constantinople loomed above me, their ancient stones whispering secrets of a time gone by, stories of triumph and despair, love and betrayal. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the city, pulsing with the tension of what was to come. Mehmed II stood at the precipice of legend and madness, his eyes ablaze with a fire that threatened to consume him. The whispers in his mind were a cacophony, visions of empires built and shattered in the blink of an eye. The weight of the sword at his side felt heavier than the crown upon his head. He was both a conqueror and a haunted soul, his very existence a testament to the struggle between ambition and consequence. I remember the moment he shouted, "This city will be mine." His voice, raw and trembling, ricocheted off the stone walls, echoing through the alleyways like a prophecy waiting to be fulfilled. Across the plaza, a young soldier named Osman trembled with fear and excitement, gripping his sword like a lifeline. Just a boy, really, his face still soft with the innocence of youth, but the fire in his heart was undeniable. He had dreams larger than the sky, tales told around flickering campfires of glory, but here in the shadow of Mehmed, he was just another pawn in a game too vast to comprehend. "What if I fail?" he whispered, the question a ghost that haunted him. His hands shook, blood-stained already from the cries of battle, his mind a storm of uncertainty. And then there was Zainab, a seamstress turned rebel, her heart carved from the very stones of this city. She moved through the chaos like a shadow, silent yet fierce, her thoughts racing like the wind. As she took a moment to catch her breath, her fingers brushed against a torn fabric, the remnants of a world torn apart. "I fight for my people, not for a crown," she mused, her voice a blend of desperation and strength. But the truth lingered like a bittersweet melody. Every stitch she made was a reminder of the lives lost, the homes shattered. She was a warrior cloaked in the guise of a dreamer, her heart a battlefield, and the weight of her choices was suffocating. The city, with its labyrinthine streets and echoes of laughter, was a tapestry woven from the threads of hope and despair. I could hear the murmurs of the elders, their voices trembling with the weight of history. "Mehmed is the future," they whispered, yet their eyes told a different story, of uncertainty, of blood that had stained these streets far too long. The ghosts of the past lingered, a chorus of memories that enveloped the living, reminding them that every victory came with a price. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestones, the tension was palpable. I could feel it in my bones, a relentless pulse that echoed through the hearts of Mehmed, Osman, and Zeynep. Their fates were entwined like the strands of a tapestry, each thread pulling the other towards an inevitable clash. "Fight for me!" Mehmed roared, a tempest of ambition igniting his soul. "Fight for the future!" But in his eyes, I saw a flicker of doubt. What future awaited them? A kingdom built on dreams, or a graveyard of shattered hopes? The world seemed to hold its breath, a deep, reverberating silence that spoke louder than words. Osman took a step forward, his heart racing like a wild stallion. The weight of his sword felt insurmountable, yet within him stirred a flicker of courage. "I will not let fear dictate my fate," he vowed, his voice rising above the chaos. In that moment, he transformed, a boy becoming a man forged in fire, the echoes of warriors past guiding him forward. But the question clawed at his insides: would he be more than just a footnote in the grand tapestry of Mehmed's legacy, or would he become a casualty of ambition? Zeynep watched the unfolding drama with a heart both heavy and light. "We are more than pawns," she whispered to the wind, her words a silent prayer. She yearned for a world where swords weren't the answer, where love triumphed over conquest. But as the shadows lengthened, she felt the weight of history pressing against her chest, a brick wall of inevitability. Her spirit burned brightly, yet the flames flickered under the scrutiny of what was to come. Would her hopes be snuffed out in the crucible of war? With the first clash of steel, the world erupted. The screams of the fallen mingled with the cries of the living, a symphony of chaos that echoed through the night. I was there, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the very soul of the city trembling with each heartbeat. The battle raged on, like a storm unleashed, a visceral reminder of the cost of dreams. Each character danced on the precipice of their fate: Mehmed, the ambitious conqueror, driven by a fire that threatened to consume him; Osman, a boy thrust into a world where glory and blood intertwined; Zeynep, a dreamer in a nightmare, fighting against the tide of destiny. Their struggles were the heartbeat of a city on the brink of transformation, a legacy forged in fire and shadow. As the night deepened, the fog thickened, wrapping around the city like a shroud. In that moment, I felt the weight of their choices pressing down on the very fabric of existence. This was not just a battle for a city, it was a battle for the soul of an empire. The ghosts of the past lingered, whispering warnings that echoed through the ages. In the chaos, time seemed to warp and bend, each heartbeat stretching into eternity. I could feel the air crackle with anticipation, a promise of what was to come, a reminder that every moment was a choice that would echo through the corridors of history. And in that swirling tempest, their fates intertwined, forging a future that would ripple through the ages. The city held its breath, caught between the past and the future, as the weight of Mehmed's legacy began to unfurl, like a dark flower blooming in the night. The shadows shifted, and the clock of destiny ticked on, each strike a reminder that this was only the beginning. The steady thrum of the drum reverberated through the air like a heartbeat, each beat echoing the growing dread that draped over the crowd like an ominous shadow. I stood there, frozen, a voyeur to the unfolding chaos as the square transformed into a theater of despair. The scent of burning wood and human sweat mixed in the hot afternoon air, wrapping around me, squeezing tight. This is history, I thought, the irony cutting deeper than the blade that would soon glint under the unforgiving sun. There was Alizia, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm, different from the drums. She clutched her child against her chest, an instinctive shield against the world that had turned hostile. Her eyes darted, filled with a desperation that no amount of love could shield them from the reality unfolding before her. I remember when laughter filled these streets, she whispered, almost to herself, but loud enough for me to hear. Now it's just, her voice cracked, emotion raining down like the storm that threatened to break. And then there was Garrick, the chronicler, ink-stained fingers trembling as he scribbled furiously, feeling the weight of every letter he etched into the parchment. Each word was a testament, a prayer woven into the fabric of time, yet the ink was not enough to capture the terror that surrounded him. I remember the tales of heroes, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head as if to rid himself of the memories. I didn't think I'd be writing about this nightmare. His quill became a sword, and with every stroke, he battled against the creeping darkness. A scream shattered the oppressive silence like glass breaking. Alizia turned, her grip on her child tightening, a mother's fury igniting within her. "Run," she shouted, voice raw, as if the word could conjure safety from the chaos. But the crowd surged, a writhing mass of fear and despair, and the more she shouted, the more she felt the weight of helplessness. Garrick's heart raced as he wrestled with his pen. This will be remembered, he thought, but his hands betrayed him, shaking under the pressure of the moment. The ink bled on the page, blurring the words, turning his chronicle into a chaotic impression of the fear that hung in the air. I remember when history was about kings and quests, he scrawled, not this slaughter, this horror. The sun dipped lower, an orange, bleeding wound against the horizon. Shadows stretched, clawing at the edges of the square, elongating the faces of the desperate. The clocks in the town stood frozen, marking time as if afraid to witness what lay ahead. Alizia's memories of better days began to slip through her fingers like grains of sand. I remember sunlight filtering through the trees, laughter echoing in the silence, she murmured, her breaths hitching. Now it's only this. As the clang of metal rang out, the sound ricocheted through the crowd, a death knell that served as a beacon of dread. Alizia's thoughts spiraled, interweaving memories of bedtime stories with the grim reality before her. I told him stories of heroes, she choked out, but this is not a tale worth telling. Garrick was embedded in the moment, his heart a wild drum echoing the drums of war around him. I remember the past, but will there be a future? He questioned, his heart heavy with the burden of a storyteller who owned no happy endings. He felt tethered to the chaos, a reluctant witness to history in the making, and yet he longed to escape, to flee from the ink and blood, from the screams and cries. A flash of red, so vivid against the backdrop of despair as the executioner raised his axe, the glint of the blade catching the last light of the day. Alizia's breath caught in her throat, she could feel the pulse of history, a vicious cycle of pain and power. No, she yelled, voice breaking, a rawness that tore through the air. This cannot be the end. Her plea echoed into the void, swallowed by the gathering darkness. Garrick's ink flowed like a river, a torrent of emotion spilling onto the pages. This is it, he thought, the urgency pulling him deeper, each line a frayed thread connecting him to the living tapestry of humanity. I must capture this. Yet, he felt like a ghost, a mere observer in a world painted in shades of anguish and despair. I remember the warmth of home, the gentle embrace of stories, he scribbled, fingers flying across the parchment. But now, can it contain our sorrow? The executioner's blade fell, slicing the air with a sickening finality. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath that seemed to stretch the very fabric of time. Alizia's heart shattered, pieces scattering like shattered glass. My son, she whispered, despair clawing at her throat. The image of his innocent smile haunted her, a ghost that refused to let go. Garrick felt the pulse of the moment, the electricity of fear and anger surging like a storm. His ink blurred again, but he pressed on, driven by an urgency that felt perilous. I write for the lost, he murmured, for the voices silenced in this frenzy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the square, but it was not a comfort. Alizia's breath hitched, her heartbeat drumming a frantic tattoo in her chest. I remember the stars, she whispered, looking up as if they might grant her a wish, a miracle against the tide of despair. But the stars offered no solace tonight. They watched as the shadows danced, a cruel theater where hope flickered but could not ignite. And Garrick, ink smeared across his hands, felt the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. This is not just the end, he thought, but the beginning of something darker. In that moment, they were bound together, witnesses to a history that would not easily be forgotten. Each heartbeat echoed in the oppressive air, a pulse of conviction amidst chaos. Alizia, Gerrick, their stories entwined, a tapestry of survival woven through pain and fear, a narrative that would resonate through time, refusing to be silenced. And as the last light faded, all that remained was the echo of their struggles, a lingering promise that somewhere, somehow, the essence of humanity would fight to rise again. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of burning flesh, mingling with the metallic tang of blood, a cocktail of death that hung low over the battlefield. The sounds of clashing metal rang like a morbid symphony, punctuated by the anguished cries of the fallen. I remember the chill that settled in my bones, the way time seemed to stretch as if it were mocking the rhythm of my racing heart. I stood there, lost amidst chaos, watching the frenzy unfold like a nightmarish dance. Mehmed, young, determined, fierce, gripped the hilt of his sword. His eyes glinted with a wild fire, a man possessed. Each swing of his blade carved a path through the throng of enemies, like a scythe through wheat. But there was a vulnerability beneath his bravado. I saw it when he faltered, just once, when a familiar face fell, a friend, perhaps, the ghost of boyhood camaraderie snatched away in the blink of an eye. In that same moment, across the field, I caught sight of Halim, her silhouette sharp against the backdrop of carnage. She was no soldier, yet in the depths of her spirit, she bore the weight of a warrior. Her eyes reflected the horror but also held a resolute promise, a vow to protect the last remnants of her shattered village, her heart a fragile fortress surrounded by encroaching shadows. She wielded a dagger with the finesse of a lioness, fierce and desperate. I wanted to shout out to her, to pull her from the brink of madness, but I was rooted to the ground, a mere spectator to fate's cruel twist. Why this? Why now? The questions echoed in my mind, ricocheting off the walls of reason as if demanding an answer from the universe itself. But the cosmos turned a deaf ear, indifferent to the human plight that spiraled out of control. I remembered my grandmother's stories, tales filled with valor and treachery, where men were kings and warriors danced between glory and ruin. But none of that prepared me for this visceral reality. Blood was not a fairy tale, and death did not come with a noble crown. Halim faced a group of soldiers. The world narrowed into a tunnel of dread, her breath, sharp and heated, mingled with the encroaching scent of doom. I saw her falter for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing her brow. In that heartbeat, I felt the weight of her decision, a choice to fight or flee, to surrender to the tides of despair or to rise against them like a phoenix daring to soar. Pain and bravery intertwined within her, threading through the very fabric of her being. Mehmed saw her too. A storm brewed within him, the realization that their fates were tethered by an invisible cord. He charged forward, eyes ablaze, muscles taut with purpose. Halim, he shouted, a name wrapped in both desperation and hope. I felt it echo within me, a lifeline thrown across a chasm of uncertainty. But the battlefield is a cruel mistress. Just as he reached her side, a war cry erupted from the shadows. The enemy surged forward, a wave of madness intent on claiming lives. I watched helplessly as chaos ensued, each clashing blow a reminder of our mortality, of the fleeting nature of existence. Halim danced through the fray, her movements almost ethereal, blending fear and grace. The dagger in her hand was a whisper of defiance against the world that sought to silence her. Yet darkness has a way of creeping in. In one swift moment, like a heartbeat skipped, everything changed. A blade struck true, a sickening thud that resonated through the air. My breath caught, I could feel the world collapsing around me. Halim crumpled to the ground, her eyes wide with shock, a glimmer of disbelief hanging like a ghost in the air. Time bent, twisted, and the battlefield blurred into a haze of color and sound. No! Mehmed's roar shattered the air, a guttural sound that surged from the depths of his soul. I felt it reverberate within me, a primal scream of anguish that echoed the fragility of our existence. He lunged forward, a tempest unleashed, every swing of his sword fueled by rage and grief. I could almost see the shadows of every life he had taken, every moment of pain he was forced to witness, swirling around him, dragging him deeper into a void. Each life lost was a thread pulled from the tapestry of his own heart. The clash of metal rang in my ears, the world spinning wildly as I clung to the reality of the moment. I remember the vivid colors, the deep reds of blood splattering against the earth, the stark contrast of Helene's lifeless body against the mud, the darkness creeping in. It was more than a battle, it was a symphony of despair, a crescendo of heartbreak that reverberated through the souls of everyone present. And still, time marched on, indifferent to the tragedies unfolding. I remember feeling small, insignificant against the backdrop of history that loomed large and unforgiving. The universe seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the next act in this grim play. As Mehmed's rage reached its peak, I saw flashes of vulnerability tear through the armor of his bravado. The weight of loss settled upon his shoulders like a mantle, the realization that victory came with a heavy price, every triumph carved through the body and soul of those left behind. He fought on, but with every strike, I sensed a part of him slipping away, consumed by the very darkness he sought to eradicate. Helene's memory lingered like a haunting melody, soft and beautiful against the cacophony of violence. I could not shake the feeling that her spirit watched from somewhere beyond, a ghostly guide nudging the living toward their fates. The echoes of battle faded, replaced by an unsettling silence, a void that screamed of what was lost, a love unfulfilled, a future snuffed out. But amidst the wreckage, I also felt a fire ignite. Not just in Mehmed, who now fought with a ferocity that bordered on madness, but also in those who stood beside him, united by their loss, their shared grief forging bonds stronger than steel. I remember the moment the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with splashes of crimson and gold. It was a reminder that even in the face of darkness, beauty could arise, an eternal conflict between hope and despair, light and shadow intertwining. The night was coming, and with it, the stories of those who dared to rise against the tide would continue, an unbreakable chain stretching through time, connecting them to the whispers of the past and the uncertain promise of tomorrow. In that stillness, in the midst of death and destruction, I felt a flicker of hope, a fiery determination that perhaps, just perhaps, the battle was not merely one of bloodshed but also of hearts and souls entwined in a struggle far greater. And so, the tale continued, threads of fate weaving together into an unending tapestry of life, love, and loss. The sky was bruised, an ugly grey that promised storms but delivered only silence. I stood on the edge of the marketplace, heart hammering, watching as they gathered. Men and women of every shade, every accent, their voices rose like a tide, crashing against the cobblestones. I remember the fear in their eyes, the raw desperation. They were strangers and neighbors at once, bonded by a shared hunger for belonging, yet shattered by the fissures of an empire that promised unity but delivered division. And there was Lila, her hands wringing together, the knuckles white against her dark skin. Her voice trembled as she shouted, "Enough! We will not be silenced!" She spoke of freedom like it was a fragile bird, a thing not meant to be caught, yet she was determined to chase it to the ends of the earth. But the fear in her eyes betrayed her bravado, the weight of expectation bore down on her shoulders. In this moment, she was both the flame and the moth, battling an internal chaos that threatened to swallow her whole. Across the square, Marcus stood rigid, his jaw clenched, gaze locked on the approaching guards. He was born into privilege, yet he felt the sting of exclusion sharper than any blade. "They don't see us," he whispered to himself, the words strangled, catching in his throat like a fish on a line. His brother's laughter echoed in his memory, so carefree, so full of life, until the day the Empire turned its back on them, leaving him to carry the weight of a legacy soaked in blood and betrayal. He wanted to fight, to scream, to shatter the chains that bound them, but the fear of losing everything held him rooted to the spot. The air crackled with tension, an electric pulse that danced around us. Shadows flickered, stretching across the cobblestones as the first echoes of the guards' boots rang out, a steady, ominous rhythm that promised violence. I remember the way Lila stepped forward, a warrior ready to wage battle not with swords but with words. "This is our home. Our voices matter. We matter." Her cries clawed at the thickening fog of oppression, a sound so fierce it made the hairs on my arms stand up. The guards appeared, their armor glinting unevenly in the dim light, faces obscured like ghosts haunting our future. They advanced, a wall of uniformity against the beautiful chaos of diversity before them. I could almost taste the bitterness in the air, the stark realization that power and fear often dance a macabre waltz, and we, the unwilling participants, were about to be torn from our fragile unity. Lila's resolve wavered, a flicker of doubt crossing her features. What if they don't listen? She breathed, the question lingering like a bitter aftertaste. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that her voice mattered more than the armor before us, that history had stitched her into its very fabric with threads of defiance. But even I felt the gravity of despair, the weight of our impending failure pressing down like a stone. Marcus took a step forward, heart racing, caught in a current of anger and guilt. They may have the swords, but we have the truth. His voice was sharp, slicing through the tension, but I could see him falter, the cracks in his armor widening. But what if the truth isn't enough, he thought, and I could feel the question gnawing at him, like a ravenous wolf stalking its prey. Time seemed to stretch, each second an eternity, as the guards closed in. I remember the silence that settled over the crowd, a collective breath held, the world around us suspended on the precipice of a decision. Would we stand with Lila, with Marcus, or would we cower in the shadows, allowing fear to drown our dreams? Then it happened. A single voice, a cry that shattered the silence like glass. "We are not your pawns." The words came from an older man, his face weathered yet fierce, and suddenly a ripple moved through the crowd. Others joined in, each voice a brushstroke on the canvas of resistance, painting a picture that threatened to break free from the chains of oppression. Lila's eyes sparkled with determination. "Together, we can change this." She reached out, fingers grasping for connection, for unity, for that fragile bird of freedom. I could see the flicker of hope igniting in her chest, blossoming like wildflowers in a barren landscape. Marcus felt that spark, too, fanned by desperation, ignited by the collective strength of the people around him. "We are not mere subjects. We are the beating heart of this empire," he shouted, voice cracking under the weight of his own emotion. The chaos of conflicting identities surged forward, drowning out the fragile peace that had held us in check for so long. But then came the clash, the guard surged, blue uniforms crashing against the vibrant tapestry of humanity that stood defiantly before them. Fear surged again, a cold wave sweeping through the crowd, but it was too late to turn back. They had tasted the power of their voices, and the blood surged in their veins, pumping life into forgotten dreams. I remember the smell of sweat, the tang of fear, the adrenaline coursing through every person around me. As the first blow landed, the world exploded into chaos, screams mingling with shouts, cries of despair and fury, a cacophony of emotion that echoed into the heavens. The universe seemed to hold its breath, watching us as we were pulled into this relentless storm. The shadow of the empire loomed heavy, but in that moment, in those desperate seconds, the pulse of the crowd thrummed with hope. We were many, myriad voices rising against the silence, an anthem of defiance that reverberated through the very ground beneath our feet. In that chaos, I knew one thing: we were no longer alone. We were no longer just individuals lost in the shadows of an oppressive empire. We were a nation, fragmented yet whole, diverse yet united. And as the storm surged around us, I felt the flicker of something visceral, something raw and unyielding, binding us together in this fight for existence. The world didn't end here. It twisted and turned into something new, something ours. And as the dust settled, I realized with clarity that this was just the beginning. The empire may have been a giant, but we, the dreamers, the fighters, the flawed and the resilient, were the fire that would light its fall. The battle had just begun, and it would echo through the ages, a testament to our shared humanity, a tapestry woven from the threads of our struggles, and a promise that we would never again be silenced. The night hung heavy over Istanbul, cloaked in an unsettling stillness, as if the very air was holding its breath. The minarets stood sentinel against the indigo sky, their silhouettes piercing the darkness like fingers grasping at the stars. I remember the moment so vividly. The moon spilled its silver light across the cobbled streets, illuminating the shadows where whispers of faith and fear intertwined, a tapestry woven from the threads of 1,000 stories, 1,000 souls. The city pulsed with a heartbeat of its own, a rhythm that echoed the anxieties of those who walked its narrow alleys. I remember Halim, her dark eyes shimmering with defiance, her heart caught in the crossfire of tradition and rebellion. She stood at the threshold of her father's home, the scent of spices and incense swirling around her like a shroud, mingling with the urgency of her thoughts. We cannot simply follow the old ways, she whispered into the night, her voice barely audible, but potent enough to ignite a fire within her chest. There is more to life than worshipping at the altar of fear. Across the street, Yusuf lingered in the shadows, a figure cloaked in uncertainty, his mind a battleground of conflicting loyalties. He had been raised to honor the faith that dictated his every move, but the flicker of doubt had begun to take root in his soul. What if the truth lies beyond the walls of the mosque, he pondered, as the weight of expectation pressed down on him like the stones of the city itself. In that moment, he felt the chasm widen between who he was expected to be and who he yearned to become, a fragile bridge swaying dangerously over an abyss of tradition. As the muezzin's call echoed through the air, its haunting beauty wrapped around them, weaving through their thoughts like smoke. Halim clenched her fists, memories flooding her mind, her mother's gentle hands, teaching her the prayers, the sacrosanct rituals that bound them to their past. "I remember," she murmured, voice trembling, the way her voice danced through the air, how she believed so fiercely. But it is not enough anymore, is it? The question hung suspended, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of their shared existence. Yusuf stepped forward, breaking the spell of silence that enveloped them, his heart racing beneath the weight of his resolve. "You are not alone, Halim," he said, his voice steady, laced with a determination that surprised even him. "We can redefine what it means to be part of this city, part of this faith. It is not just about the rituals, it is about the love we carry and the choices we make." His words struck a chord deep within her, reverberating in the hollow spaces of her heart, but the fear lingered. Could love be enough to alter the course of their very identities? The night crackled with tension as shadows shifted around them, the specters of ancestors long gone whispering cautionary tales. They were ghosts residing in the hearts of the living, tethered to the weight of expectations. Halim felt them closing in, the echoes of prayers woven into the fabric of her being, demanding loyalty, demanding silence. "Do they not see?" she breathed, looking skyward, searching for answers among the constellations. "Do they not understand that faith can evolve, can breathe?" But Yusuf's gaze was anchored to the ground, as if the very earth beneath him was threatening to swallow him whole. "We risk losing everything," he said, the gravity of his words pressing down like the weight of the world. "Our families, our community, they will not accept our rebellion." The Sultan's gaze is unforgiving. The air grew thick around them, each word a stone cast into the turbulent waters of uncertainty. The fear of exile loomed large, a specter that threatened to tear them from the lives they had known. And then, as if summoned by their despair, a flicker of light emerged from the shadows. An old man, his beard silver, eyes glinting like stars, approached with a gait that spoke of wisdom and weariness. He nodded solemnly, a silent witness to their pain. "Ah, my children," he said, voice like the rustle of dried leaves, "the battle you wage is as old as the city itself. Faith is not a single path, it branches like the trees, twisting and turning, sometimes even fraying." His presence was both a balm and a storm, igniting something deep within Halim's heart. "You must forge your own way. The world is not a prison, it is a canvas." Halim's breath caught in her throat, the weight of the old man's words sending shivers down her spine. "But how?" she cried, anguish spilling over her resolve. "How do we fight a tide that has washed over generations?" The echoes of her question danced in the night air, a haunting melody entwined with their fears. "By daring to dream," he replied, a flicker of mischief in his ancient eyes. "By embracing the chaos that comes with change, even when the stakes are high. For sometimes, my dear, it is in the darkest hours that the brightest truths are revealed." And just like that, the night shifted, the air crackling with a newfound energy. Yet the shadows remained, heavy and oppressive, a reminder of what awaited them. As Yusuf glanced at Halim, he saw not just fear but the flickering flame of hope igniting in her spirit. "Together," he whispered, his voice a vow, "we will not be silenced. Our voices will rise like the dawn, echoing through the hearts of those too long in the darkness." And in that moment, they understood, their identities were not shackles, they were wings. The fear that once held them captive began to shatter, just like the fragile glass of tradition that had encased them for so long. The city hummed with the promise of revolution, a stirring beneath the surface, as the clock continued its relentless march forward. With a resolve that echoed through the very streets of Istanbul, they stepped back into the shadows, prepared to confront the ghosts that haunted their past, fueled by a desire for a future unbound by the chains of expectation. The night stretched before them, vast and uncertain, but they would no longer stand alone. They were ready to reclaim their faith, not just in a higher power, but in each other, in the power of their own voices, a battle cry that would resonate through the annals of time, reverberating in the heart of an empire. The sky hung heavy, a roiling mass of grey that seemed to swallow the sun whole, casting the city of Byzantium into a twilight of despair. The air, thick with a stench of decay, clung to my skin like a shroud, suffocating and cloying. I stood, rooted in an alleyway, the blood of my past mingling with the sweat of my present. The screams echoed, sharp, piercing. I remember when laughter filled these streets, a sweet symphony of life. Now it was an elegy, a funeral dirge for the souls lost to the creeping shadow of the plague. Marina, a girl with dirt-streaked cheeks and wild, unkempt hair, rushed past me, her eyes wide with terror. "They're taking them. They're taking them all." Her voice was a fragile thread, barely holding together the weight of her fear. I wanted to tell her it would be all right, that the sun would shine again someday, but the words stuck in my throat, choked by the reality surrounding us. Families torn apart, lovers separated, a community unraveling at the seams. I remember her laughter. It was brighter than the sun. Now, it was just another ghost haunting the alleys. I couldn't help but think of my brother, Theo, locked away in his chamber like a bird in a cage, his cough deepening with each passing day. I had always admired him, his insatiable thirst for knowledge, his ability to weave stories that danced like flames in the hearth. But now, he was but a flickering candle, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. "I'm going to find medicine," I whispered to myself, a promise echoing in the hollow of my chest. But medicine was a luxury when death was a currency. The clock tower chimed, its sound distorted, reverberating through the streets, announcing another hour lost to the plague. Each toll felt like a hammer striking the anvil of our existence, forging iron chains of sorrow around our hearts. I stumbled forward, the cobblestones slick with rain and something darker, something that whispered of despair. Shadows stretched and twisted, mocking my attempts to escape the nightmare unfolding around me. "Stay inside," a voice called from a window above, a frantic mother trying to shield her children from the grim reality. I could see them, two little faces peering through the grime, eyes wide and innocent, yet filled with a haunting understanding of the danger lurking just beyond their door. I wanted to scream, to shake the very foundations of our fate, but instead, I felt the weight of my own helplessness, pressing down like a leaden cloak. The market square should have been alive with color and noise, but it was a graveyard of stalls and shattered dreams. A vendor shouted, "Fresh bread!" Healing herbs, but his voice cracked, crumbling into despair. Carts lay overturned, spilling their contents like lifeblood across the cobbled stones, squashed tomatoes, wilted greens, and the very essence of hope, all trampled underfoot. I picked up a soggy loaf, the mold creeping like the plague itself, and tossed it aside. What good was bread when the very air tasted of ash? Suddenly, a figure loomed before me, an old woman draped in a tattered shawl, her eyes two glimmering coals amidst the fog of despair. "You seek the cure," she rasped, her voice a dry whisper that fluttered like a moth's wings. "You'll find it in the darkest places, child, where hope goes to die." She reached out, her gnarled fingers brushing my cheek, and for a moment, I felt the chill of eternity, a fleeting glimpse of what awaited us all. I shivered, not from the cold, but from the sheer weight of her words. "Marina, where are you?" I called, but my voice was swallowed by the haunting silence that had replaced the laughter and chatter of yesteryears. I turned, desperation clawing at my insides. The streets felt like a labyrinth, winding and twisting, leading me deeper into a nightmare. Flickering lanterns cast eerie shadows, distorting the faces of those who still walked among the living. But what were they? Mere shells, haunted by the spectre of the plague that gnawed at their bones. In the distance, I saw a glimmer, a flicker of light that danced like a beacon, guiding me through the fog of hopelessness. As I drew closer, I realized it was a tavern, its door ajar, the laughter of the few souls within mingling with the stench of sweat and desperation. They were drinking, oblivious to the horror clawing at the city's heart, clinging to their last vestiges of joy like a drowning man clutches a lifeline. I hesitated, grappling with the idea of joining them, but the thought of Theo's fading breath surged through me like molten steel. I began, my breath hitching. I remember when people gathered here to celebrate life, not to escape death. The words hung in the air, heavy and sorrowful, a reminder of what had been. I stepped inside, the warmth enveloping me, yet it felt alien, like stepping into a dream I didn't belong to anymore. The laughter was a knife, slicing through the silence, reminding me of what I had lost. Theo's face flashed before me, his smile, his laughter, his dreams. The thought of him alone, trapped in a world of shadows, gnawed at my heart. I had to find him. I had to save him. But how does one save a world consumed by darkness? The question looped in my mind, an endless cycle of despair, and just as I was about to turn back into the streets, the door burst open. Marina stood there, her eyes wild, cheeks wet with tears. "They're coming. They're coming for us." And in that moment, time froze. The walls of the tavern whispered secrets, the laughter turned to a cacophony of fear, and I felt the weight of the empire's collapse settling around us like a noose. Shadows crept forward, tendrils of night reaching into the corners of our lives, pulling us deeper into the abyss. I could taste the fear on my tongue, thick and metallic, as reality slipped away, leaving only the raw, unadulterated truth. We were all just moments away from being lost forever. The air was thick with tension, a swirling mass of dust and secrets that clung to the stone walls of the palace like the ghosts of those who had come before. Mehmed sat at a heavy, intricately carved table, his fingers tracing the cool surface, each line of the wood mirroring the lines etched into his face, lines of power, of burden, of regret. The sounds of distant shouting echoed through the halls, a cacophony of unrest that clawed at his insides. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat, remembering a time when the world seemed to belong to him alone, when he had been the lion, not the carcass. "I remember," he whispered to the shadows, "when fear was a tool, not a weight." The darkness held no answers, only the mocking echoes of his own words. Suleiman stood nearby, a statue of simmering fury. He clenched his fists, knuckles white against the fabric of his tunic. He was a young man, brimming with ambition, yet shadowed by the specter of his father's legacy. "They question you, my Sultan," he hissed, the anger in his voice sharp enough to cut. "They speak of old ghosts, of a weakened empire. Do not let them see your fear." But fear had settled into Mehmed's bones like a chill that refused to leave. "And what if they are right?" he asked, almost to himself. "What if the empire I built is but a house of cards, waiting for a breeze to collapse?" Suleiman's eyes blazed with disbelief. "You are the conqueror of Constantinople. You filled the city with the promise of greatness. Yet here you are, letting shadows dictate your reign." The truth stung like a bee, and Mehmed opened his eyes, letting the world flood back. He could almost hear the laughter of the city, the vibrant pulse of life that thrummed outside the palace walls. But it was different now, strangled by whispers, infected by discontent. He thought of the soldiers who once marched under his banner, their hearts beating in time with his vision. Now, they lingered in taverns, spinning tales of rebellion over mugs of watered-down wine, embers of loyalty flickering out into the night. A shiver coursed through him. He turned toward the window, where the sun bled into the horizon, painting the sky a fiery red, a reminder of battles fought and lost, of blood spilled beneath the weight of his crown. "I remember the sound of swords clashing," he murmured, "the thrill of conquest, the sweet taste of victory. But what now?" And then there was Elif, delicate and fierce, the girl he had loved in secret. She stood in the doorway, her presence a spark in the gloom. Dark hair framed her face, and her eyes, stormy and fierce, held 1,000 unspoken words. "You cannot hide behind these walls, Mehmed," she said softly, yet the steel in her voice cut through the tension like a blade. "Your people need you. They need your strength, your heart. Not a ghost of the man you once were." But how could he be the man he once was? The weight of his decisions clawed at him. "I have built a fortress and a tomb," he replied, bitterness wrapping around each word. "And now, I am trapped in my own making." I can't be the lion anymore." Her gaze pierced him, and for a moment, the world fell silent. "The lion doesn't roar from fear," murmured. "He roars to claim what is his. To remind the world of his might." The challenge hung heavy in the air, vibrating with unspoken emotion. Mehmed felt the walls close in, the shadows thickening, whispering doubts he fought to silence. Outside, the echoes of unrest swelled, a tide ready to crash against his fortress, and within him, doubt gnawed like a hungry beast. "I remember the night we spoke of dreams," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "when the stars seemed to hold the answers to the universe. Now they mock me." "Stars do not mock," she shot back, her intensity igniting something dormant within him. "They merely shine, indifferent to our struggles. It is up to us to pull our dreams from the abyss." He felt a flicker of hope, a pulse of anger against the shadows that threatened to engulf him. "But the abyss has teeth, Elif. It gnashes and bites, and I know," she interrupted, stepping closer, her hand finding his. "But you are not alone. You have all of us." Mehmed's heart raced, the warmth of her hand grounding him against the rising tide of fear and despair. He could feel the weight of the Empire pressing down on him, like a leaden mantle, yet in this moment of connection, a flicker of defiance ignited in his chest. "They will come for me. I have made enemies. I have made mistakes," he confessed, his voice cracking. "Yes," she replied, fierce and unyielding. "But do not let that define you. Fight back. Show them the lion you still are." A tumult of emotion swirled within him, fear, anger, hope, and urgency. The shouting outside had grown louder, now a roaring wave crashing against the shores of his palace. He could feel the energy, the pulse of the city that had once thrummed with his every victory. "I remember," he began, his voice rising, "the taste of blood and the smell of gunpowder. I remember the thrill of battle." "Then let that fire burn," Suleiman shouted, joining Elif at his side, their resolve fierce and unyielding. "You are not a relic. You are a sultan, and this is your moment." Mehmed felt it surging within him, a tide, a storm, a resurgence of the man he had thought lost to time. "We will not cower," he proclaimed, the weight of despair lifting with each word. "We will rise like the sun, we will roar like the lion." In that moment, the shadows trembled, and the outside world became a blur of chaos and possibility. The thrumming of the city pulsed through him, igniting something primal, something that dared to defy the encroaching darkness. He would not be a ghost, not today. But as the echoes of revolution crashed against his fortress, Mehmed knew the fight was far from over. He could feel time racing, the relentless clock of fate ticking louder, and he grasped Elif and Suleiman's hands tighter, ready to face the storm. Together, they would carve their paths into the night, into the uncertainty, into an era that awaited its reckoning. The empire hung in the balance, and in the shadows, the echoes of the past whispered ominously, daring him to remember. The wind howled like a banshee, a haunting cry echoing through the empty halls of the Topkapi Palace. Shadows danced upon the cold stone walls, flickering like lost souls trapped in the echoes of a life that once reverberated with power and ambition. It was there, in the silence saturated with the scent of fading incense and the taste of dread, that I stood, anchored by the gravity of fate, my heart racing like a caged bird desperate to break free. I remember the day Mehmed II, the Conqueror, the Sultan, the enigma wrapped in brocade, fell to the floor like a marionette with its strings severed. I can still see him, slumped against the crimson cushions of his throne, eyes wide, staring into a void that no one else could perceive. A chill slid down my spine, whispering sweet nothings of sorrow and loss. His body, so robust just the day before, seemed fragile now, as if he had been a mere phantom of the mighty warrior who had once cracked the foundations of empires with his iron will. And there, in the shadow of that monumental moment, was his trusted advisor, the Grand Vizier, a man once fierce, now crumbling under the weight of grief. He hovered on the precipice of despair, torn between loyalty to a fallen leader and the heavy burden of a nation watching with bated breath. I could see the conflict churning within him, the turmoil that made his hands tremble like autumn leaves caught in a storm. "What now?" he would whisper to himself, his voice thick with anguish, as if the very air around him bore witness to his doubt. "What now that the lion has fallen? He had been a man of dreams, weaving visions of prosperity and glory, yet in this moment, all his dreams lay shattered. The court, once filled with whispers of treachery and ambition, fell silent, as if the very walls had absorbed the final breath of their sultan. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the cosmos, a heavy pulse that echoed through the court, reminding us all that time, relentless and uncaring, marched on. And then there was Mara, a woman of fierce intellect and tender heart, the Sultan's most trusted confidant. She had watched him rise, watched him conquer, and now, she watched him fade into an eternal night. I caught sight of her, standing at the edge of the room, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, framing a face etched with both grief and defiance. She stepped forward, each movement deliberate, as if she were walking into a storm, the tempest of her own emotion swirling around her. "You cannot leave us like this," she cried, her voice ringing out, a clarion call in the suffocating silence. "You cannot." But Mehmed was lost to us, his silence a gaping maw that swallowed her words. I felt that emptiness, a void that threatened to consume us all. The clock on the wall ticked mercilessly, each second a reminder of the fleeting nature of power, of life. The last breath of the Sultan lingered in the air, a ghost weaving through the tapestry of our memories, whispering promises of legacy and remembrance. I remember the moment the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie twilight across the palace. The shadows lengthened, crawling along the walls like the creeping dread that snaked its way into our hearts. Outside, the city carried on, oblivious to the tragedy within, the bustling streets filled with merchants peddling their wares, children laughing and playing as if the world had not just shifted on its axis. There's a cruel irony in that, life continues, indifferent to the collapse of dreams. As Mara stepped closer to Mehmed's lifeless body, her fingers trembled, a mix of reverence and desperation. "You are my light, my guide," she whispered, her voice cracking like fragile glass. "What will become of us without you?" Each word dripped with an agony that was almost palpable. I felt it too, the weight of expectation, the burden of a nation's hopes resting on shoulders too small to carry them. Around us, the courtiers stirred, fear and ambition dancing in their eyes, each one calculating their next move. The whispers began to rise, murmurs of treachery swirling like a tempest. Who would seize power? Who would fill the void left by the Sultan? The air crackled with tension, an electric charge that made the hairs on my arms stand upright. I watched Mara shift, a flicker of resolve igniting in her chest. She was not merely a woman, she was a force of nature, a storm gathering strength. "Let them come," she said, her voice gaining an edge of steel. "Let them try." I could see the fire in her eyes, a determination that clawed its way to the surface. What a thing it was to witness, this woman, once a mere spectre in the shadows, now transformed into a titan of resistance. In her, I felt a flicker of hope, a spark that might just ignite a rebellion against the encroaching darkness. But hope is a fragile thing. Just as easily as it blooms, it withers, choked by the weeds of despair. The palace felt colder, as if the very stones lamented the loss of their master. The night deepened, wrapping its inky tendrils around us, and I could sense the ghosts of history whispering in the silence, tales of betrayal and legacy intertwining like roots beneath the surface. Time, that relentless thief, pulled us all into a vortex of uncertainty. Mara stepped away from Mehmed's still form, her heart racing, the echoes of her past colliding with her uncertain future. She was not ready to let the light extinguish, she could feel it, the pulse of possibility thrumming beneath her skin. "He may be gone," she whispered, "but we are still here." And so, as the clock chimed the hour, marking the death of a sultan but also the birth of a legacy, something shifted within me. It wasn't just the air thick with grief, it was the electric whisper of change, an unyielding promise that life, no matter how cruel, would find a way to move forward. The tension in the room hummed like a taut string, ready to snap into chaos, and I could only wonder what awaited us in the darkness that followed, for the shadows had only begun to dance. The air is thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood, a petrified silence enveloping the crumbling walls of Constantinople. It's the year 1453, and the sun hangs low, a blood-orange orb, casting long shadows over the battered city. I stand amidst the debris, every heartbeat echoing like a war drum. The sounds of despair swirl around me, a cacophony that pulls at my insides, drawing me deeper into the chaos. There lies the remnants of a city, hope extinguished, dreams turned to ash. And there, on horseback, is Mehmed II, the Conqueror, the tyrant, a figure cloaked in contradictions. I remember the wide-eyed gazes of the townsfolk as Mehmed rides through the gates, cloaked in the very essence of destiny. His face, a mask of determination, hides the turmoil within. Does he feel the weight of the city's history pressing down on his shoulders like an anvil? Or perhaps he is too focused on the glory that lies ahead, the promise of empire, the call of conquest. He clenches the reins tightly, knuckles white with the fierce grip of ambition, and I can feel the pulse of his desire. It thrums like a wild beast, barely contained, ready to unleash chaos upon the world. Beside him, a captain of his army, an old soldier named Ismail, gazes out at the golden domes of the city, a well of memories pooling in his heart. He remembers what Constantinople was, a thriving center of trade, art, and culture. "Look at it," he whispers, voice thick with nostalgia, "they bathed once a year." So yeah, romance was earthy. A weak attempt at humor, undercut by the reality that every laugh echoes through the ruins like a ghost clinging to life. His hands, gnarled and scarred, shake slightly, not from age but from the weight of remorse. A soldier's remorse, the kind that arises from blood spilled and friends lost, the haunting specter of the lives he's taken in the name of a king who sees only empire. I can see it in Ismail's eyes, the flicker of doubt, the tightening of his jaw. What will become of our humanity, Mehmed, he dares to ask, voice trembling like a bird on the edge of flight. But Mehmed, locked in the trance of ambition, is a man possessed, a vessel for the storm of history, and he only replies with a cold smile, a blade glinting in his hand, crimson with the promise of conquest. That smile, that haunting blend of confidence and cruelty, is the essence of how history will remember him. The savior of a Turkish dynasty, or the butcher of a civilization. As night falls, the city becomes a wraith, a shadow of its former glory. The moon hangs above, an indifferent witness, and the stars blink in and out of existence, mere echoes of the lives that have been extinguished below. I am caught in this moment, a fragment of time suspended, as Mehmed, the Conqueror, and Ismail, the reluctant warrior, stand at a precipice. One craves power, the other, redemption. The battle cries fill the air, a symphony of destiny, and I can't help but feel an overwhelming sorrow for what is lost. I remember the stories told by the fireside, the way the heroes of the past were painted in strokes of gold and glory. Yet here, in the remnants of a crumbling empire, I see the grit and grime, the blood mingling with dreams. Mehmed II is both villain and hero, the architect of a new world and the grave digger of an ancient one. How will he be remembered? As the relentless conqueror, the one who brought the world to its knees, or as a man haunted by the ghosts of those he condemned? Do you hear that? Ismail's voice cuts through the haze, a thread of urgency in his tone. I strain to hear, the distant sound of the bells tolling, a mournful hymn to the fallen. The city weeps while the conqueror listens, entranced by the echoes of history. With every chime, a story dies, Ismail laments, voice cracking like fragile glass. Will they remember us, Mehmed? Will they remember the cost of our ambition? And for a fleeting moment, I catch a glimpse of vulnerability in Mehmed's eyes, a crack in the armor of his resolve. But it's gone in an instant, replaced by the fierce glimmer of victory. We will carve our names into the annals of time, he declares, a thunderous proclamation that sends shivers down my spine. The ground beneath me trembles, and I feel the weight of history pressing down like a vice. The moment stretches, hangs in the air, and I can't breathe, can't decide whose heart I align with. The conqueror? The soldier? Or the city itself, a living entity that pulses with the memories of those who have come before, the lifeblood of a civilization fighting against oblivion. The winds howl, whispering secrets of 1,000 lives, and I stand there, paralyzed as the storm brews on the horizon, a tempest of blood and dreams, of ambition and despair. The clash of swords will ring out soon, slicing through the night, and the ghosts of the past will rise to witness the birth of an empire. Or will they merely linger as shadows, watching the weight of history unfold, forever entangled in the narratives that bind us together? And just like that, as the first clash of steel breaks the eerie silence, I am drawn into the vortex of it all, into the endless cycle of memory and meaning, of heroism and horror. The night is alive, teeming with the raw, visceral emotions of a world at war. The question lingers, heavy as the air: how will Mehmed II be remembered? The conqueror? The monster? Or merely a man, as flawed and complex as the city that crumbles before him, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragile line we walk between creation and destruction, between legacy and oblivion? Time slips, each tick of the clock a reminder of the relentless march toward an uncertain future, where the echoes of these moments will resonate, pulling on the threads of history like a haunting melody, forever entwined in the fabric of what was, what is, and what may become. Chapter 38. The cultural memory of Mehmed II. In modern Turkey, the ancient stones of Hagia Sophia whisper secrets through time as the shadows lengthen, stretching like dark fingers across the marble floor. I am there, heart pounding, lost yet found in the echoes of 1,000 prayers. The air crackles with tension, thick with the scent of history, smoke, incense, and a hint of something darker, something that lingers like a ghost. Outside, the city thrums with pulse and purpose, but inside, a silence sits heavy, pregnant with anticipation. I remember the first time I stood before Mehmed II's statue, a commanding figure, eyes glinting with ambition, draped in the cloak of a sultan who wielded power like a blade. It was a crisp morning, the type where the air bites, and the sun is a hesitant guest. There was a crowd, throngs of people weaving stories, perfumed with hope and nostalgia. But for me, the statue loomed larger than life, a titan of a man whose legacy was a double-edged sword, cutting through time with chilling precision. In the heart of this city, layered with centuries of conflict, I encountered Layla, a historian whose eyes sparkled with fervor and pain. She was a battlefield of her own, caught between the adoration of a conqueror and the weight of his sins. You see, she said, her voice a tremor of conviction, the memory of Mehmed II is not just a story in books, it's a living, breathing entity that haunts our streets. Her fingers traced the air as if grasping at the threads of history, unraveling the tapestry of love and loss that enveloped them both. Around us, the chaos of modern life collided with the echoes of the past. A vendor shouted for attention, the call to prayer pierced the air, each note both a reminder and an invitation. But Layla's gaze was distant, clouded with the shadows of a complex truth. "Do you feel it?" she asked, breathless. "The weight of his shadow? It hangs over us like a shroud." I nodded, though uncertainty fluttered in my chest. I thought of the children playing in the streets, their laughter a stark contrast to the ghosts of violence and ambition that lurked nearby. Do they know? I wondered aloud, and Layla's eyes narrowed, reflecting a pain that screamed louder than words. Then there was Emre, an artist, his hands stained with paint and despair, always grappling with the dichotomy of his homeland. I watched him, a lone figure against the backdrop of Istanbul's skyline, wrestling with a canvas that yearned for truth, yet was suffocated by expectations. Mehmed was a monster, he said one evening, the twilight casting long shadows that mirrored his own inner turmoil. But he was also a visionary. How do I paint that? His brush hovered over the canvas, a weapon of sorts, poised to expose the complexities of a legacy twisted and turned like a labyrinth. Maybe it's not about painting him, I offered, searching for a way to ease the tension. Maybe it's about illuminating the people he affected, the joy, the suffering, the blood. But Emre turned, a mix of anger and sorrow contorting his features, a fragile wall built from his own conflicting feelings. Blood is the ink of history, he spat, and we are all stained by it. And in the dead of night, when the moonlight bled into my thoughts, I became a phantom. I walked the streets, searching for a glimpse of Mehmed's legacy, a tapestry woven with love and hate, conquest and defeat. I passed the crumbling walls of the Topkapi Palace, where whispers of treachery lingered like a bitter perfume. Memories of courtly intrigue, lovers' quarrels, and executions danced through the air, taunting me. The past refused to stay silent, demanding recognition, demanding to be felt. I remember standing at the Bosphorus, waves lapping against the shore, the weight of the world pressing down on my shoulders. This is where history breathes, I whispered to myself, my voice drowned by the roar of the current. Here, where east meets west, the ripples of Mehmed's decisions crash against the shore of modernity. Tourists snapped selfies, oblivious to the ghosts swirling in their midst, while I felt the ground shift beneath me, a reminder that the past is never truly buried. I could feel Layla's passion, her deep-rooted love for her land, battling against the shadows of its darkest days. We are defined by our stories, she insisted, and his is a story of contradiction. But what did we owe him? Respect? Revulsion? Reverence? The question spiraled in my mind like the clouds overhead, heavy and pregnant with storms. Emre's laughter rang out in the night, bitter and sharp. He had found a way to express the chaos within, splattered across his canvas with vibrant colors that screamed of both beauty and bloodshed. I cannot ignore the man he was, he murmured as he painted, but I refused to glorify the darkness. Each stroke was an act of defiance, a reclamation of his own identity tangled in the legacy of a conqueror. The city was alive with the ghosts of its past, and I felt their presence tightening around me like a vice. A chill ran down my spine as I recalled Layla's words, "Memory is a haunting, and we are its prisoners." I watched the sun dip below the horizon, casting the city in hues of gold and crimson, a fleeting reminder of the beauty that rises from the ashes of destruction. And in that moment, I realized the truth. Mehmed II was more than a man, he was the embodiment of a nation's struggle, both a celebration and a curse. The ghosts of his empire danced in the shadows, whispering, waiting, and I stood at the precipice, heart racing, caught in the eternal struggle between memory and oblivion, a thread woven into the fabric of history that refused to fray. As the last light faded, I felt Layla's hand on my shoulder, a silent pact forged in understanding. "We carry him with us," she said softly, "for better or worse." And as I turned to face the darkness of the city, the pulse of its history thrumming beneath my feet, I knew this story was far from over, and neither was the man whose shadow loomed ever larger in the heart of modern Turkey. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and blood, each breath a reminder of the chaos unfolding around me. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering like the souls of those who had perished. I stood there, frozen, as the cries of the dying echoed through the streets of a city gripped by the relentless grip of war. I could feel the pulse of history in my veins, the heartbeat of 1,000 lives lost, and for a moment, I felt invincible, until a deep, hollow roar shattered my resolve. Mehmed II, known as the Conqueror, was a ghostly figure in the swirling mists of battle, his presence as tangible as the anguish that surrounded him. His eyes, fierce and unwavering, pierced through the chaos as he commanded his troops with a voice that rang like a bell, a sound that inspired fervor and dread in equal measure. He was a man of contradictions, an artist and a butcher, a philosopher and a tyrant. In him lay the heart of a poet and the soul of a warrior, pulsating with an insatiable desire to etch his name into the annals of time. Then there was Elif, a painter whose canvas was stained with the dreams of her people. She stood beneath the arching spires of the Hagia Sophia, a temple-turned battleground, torn between her love for her city and the monstrous transformation unfolding before her eyes. I remember the way the light used to spill through the domes, she whispered to herself, each word a fragile thread unspooled from her heart. Colors had once danced on her canvas, vibrant and alive, but now, they lay muted beneath layers of ash and despair. Every stroke of her brush felt like a betrayal, a surrender of the beauty she once knew. And there was Jem, Mehmed's estranged brother, consumed with jealousy and longing. He stood at the fringes of the battlefield, a spectre in the shadows, witnessing the rise of the man who had stolen everything from him, his birthright, his peace, his very essence. "I remember our childhood," he muttered, haunted by memories that twisted like barbed wire around his heart. "When we were not enemies, but brothers." His longing was a poison that seeped into his soul, warping his thoughts into a grotesque tapestry of resentment. Elif's brush quivered as she painted, each stroke a confrontation of her own anguish. She longed to capture Mehmed's intensity, to immortalize the fire in his eyes, but with every sweeping gesture, she felt the weight of the world pressing down upon her. "What is beauty in a city soaked in blood?" she cried out, her voice trembling like the last leaves of autumn clinging to their branches. The question echoed through her mind like a dark chant, taunting her with its impossibility. She felt as if the very act of creating was an act of defiance, and yet, she remained paralyzed, trapped in a world that demanded conformity, demanding she choose sides in a war that promised no victors. Jem watched from the shadows, his heart a battleground of its own. "Why do you keep painting him?" he challenged Elif, stepping closer, his voice low and laced with bitterness. "How can you idolize the man who revels in destruction?" The tension crackled between them like a storm on the horizon, alive and threatening. You think I idolize him? Elif shot back, her cheeks flushed with indignation. I paint what I see. The truth, Gem. The raw, violent truth of a man shaped by the fire of ambition. As the city crumbled around them, the lines between love and hate blurred, creating a canvas of human emotion that was as chaotic and beautiful as the world they inhabited. Gem felt the heat of Elif's passion, a flicker of something long extinguished within him rising to the surface. I remember laughter, he said, his voice cracking. I remember when we shared dreams, not blood. In that moment, the air shifted, thick with unspoken words and fragmented yearnings. They were caught in a web of conflicting loyalties, Elif, who sought to immortalize the man who would shape history, and Gem, who longed to unearth the brother he had lost. Their hearts were caught in a deadly dance, swirling in the eddies of a war that had turned brother against brother, lover against lover. The world outside was ablaze, the sounds of clashing swords and anguished cries a haunting symphony that reverberated through the streets. Yet in that moment, time stretched like a canvas waiting to be painted, and beneath the chaos, something deeper surged. The shadows of their conflict twisted through the air, becoming a living thing, alive, breathing, suffocating. Gem's eyes darkened, a storm brewing as he confronted the truth of his own heart. I cannot love my brother, not after what he has become, he whispered, a confession tinged with despair. But can I hate the man he is? Elif stepped closer, her voice barely above a breath. What if he is both? What if we are all both? The ghosts of their shared past flickered around them, an ephemeral reminder of the innocence they had lost. Can you not see that in him, too? The city continued to burn, the flames licking the sky like wild tongues of a voracious beast. The air was electric with the promise of confrontation, the inevitability of fate weaving its intricate web. Memory and reality collided in a breathtaking explosion of longing, fear, and hope, each moment a stepping stone to something greater, something achingly elusive. And there, in that charged atmosphere, the essence of Mehmed took form, a reflection of both the beauty and the horror of humanity, the raw pulse of life captured on canvas in hues of desperation and dreams. Each representation of him breathed life into the art of war, the art of love, the art of pain. Elif and Gem stood side by side, caught in the ripples of a world on the brink, their hearts pounding like war drums, the shadows of their past entwining with the promise of an uncertain future. In the distance, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a haunting glow that illuminated the battlefield, a stark reminder that nothing, not even the fiercest of battles, could extinguish the fire of the human spirit. And in that fleeting moment, the echoes of history whispered through the streets, beckoning, urging the artists, the lovers, the dreamers to take up their brushes, their swords, their hearts and paint, fight, and love with an intensity that reverberated through time, a timeless dance of creation and destruction, forever entwined. A lone figure stood atop the battered walls of Constantinople, the wind howling like the howls of the damned, the air thick with the weight of impending doom. The sun hung low in the sky, a fiery ember poised to extinguish as the shadows of giants closed in. In that moment, the world was reduced to the heartbeat of one man, the Conqueror, Mehmed II. His eyes, dark as the void, glinted with an unsettling mix of ambition and desperation. He was the storm, and the city below was his tempest. I remember the smoke curling into the air, a serpent slithering toward the heavens, carrying with it the cries of the wounded and the terrified. The murmur of history whispered through the crumbling stones, telling tales of glory and ruin, yet here I stood, feeling the pulse of 1,000 souls caught in the crossfire of fate. The clash of swords rang like a symphony of chaos, and I was entranced, tethered to this moment by the strings of fear and awe. In the heart of the chaos, a resolute warrior, Ali, breathed heavily, his breath a ragged prayer. His sword felt heavy in his grip, its cold steel a reminder of the countless lives he had taken and the ones he had vowed to protect. He was a knight, a guardian of a dying empire, and he understood the weight of loyalty. He watched Mehmed, a tempest of fire and ambition, ready to change the course of history. The wind carried away his thoughts, but it could not erase his doubts. Was he fighting for the right cause, or had he become a pawn in a game far beyond his grasp? Then there was Elif, a healer caught in the web of war, her hands stained with earth and blood, her heart a flickering candle in a storm. She moved among the wounded, her touch soothing yet haunted. She could hear their screams echoing in her mind, a chorus of despair entwined with her own. She dared not think of the world that was crumbling around her, for the moment was a razor's edge. She was both savior and witness, bound to the very suffering she sought to alleviate. Every life saved was a victory, yet each loss gnawed at her soul, a relentless spectre of guilt. I remember the stories she shared, her voice trembling yet fierce. "The world is built on dreams and echoes," she would whisper, as if she carried the weight of the cosmos in her heart. "We are just shadows, dancing in a fading light." Her words sank deep, echoing in the chambers of our minds, laying bare the truth that war was not just fought with swords and shields but with dreams and heartbreak. The siege raged like a fever dream, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood, the taste of ash lingering on the tongue. The city was a living entity, its spirit battered yet unyielding, unmurmured, standing as its self-proclaimed reaper, could feel its pulse. He was a historian in his own right, a man who understood that empires are built on the bones of the past. But with each victory, he felt the weight of the ghosts of those who had fallen, their whispers mingling with the cries of his own conscience. "Lead us," the soldiers would shout, their voices a tidal wave of fervor. But what did they truly seek? Glory? Honor? Or was it something darker, a thirst for power that was never sated, a hunger that gnawed at their very souls? Mehmed, with his ravenous ambition, understood the nature of men, their desires intertwined like vines around a crumbling pillar. I remember standing with Ali, watching as the dawn crested over the horizon, casting a blood-red hue across the battlefield. "What is glory?" he muttered, his voice a gravelly whisper, "if it is built on the ashes of the innocent?" Yet as he spoke, the fires of resolve flickered in his chest. He was ensnared in the web of loyalty, yet the threads were fraying, each heartbeat a reminder of the lives lost, the choices made under the guise of honor. Elif, her hands trembling, whispered a prayer over the dying. "You are not forgotten," she murmured, her voice barely rising above the cries of despair. Each soul was a star flickering out in the night sky, and she felt the weight of the universe pressing down on her frail shoulders. In the chaos, she sought to find meaning, a thread of hope woven within the tapestry of suffering. She believed in redemption, yet with every breath, the shadows grew longer, threatening to engulf her. The clash of swords echoed, a relentless symphony of violence and desperation, and I felt the very fabric of existence tremble in its wake. The ground beneath our feet was soaked in the stories of the fallen, their lives extinguished in an instant, and I could hear their voices calling out, haunting the air thick with smoke. "Fight!" Mehmed shouted, his voice a roar that could pierce through the storm. "Fight for your future. For the dreams that lie beyond these walls." His vision was a double-edged sword, sharp and deadly, and while he spoke of a new dawn, he was, in truth, a harbinger of darkness. The weight of his ambition bore down on him, a mantle of kingship that threatened to crush even the strongest of hearts. As the sun dipped low, shadows lengthening like dark hands reaching out to grasp the remnants of hope, I felt the tension cresting. The air crackled with electricity, every heartbeat a countdown, every breath a prayer. In that moment, it was clear, this was not just a conquest, it was a reckoning. The weight of history bore down, and I could feel the ghosts of the past swirling around us, their whispers a haunting litany of choices made and lives lost. And then, the clash of steel met the cries of the heart, and the world erupted into chaos. Each swing of the sword, each scream of pain, was a reminder of the fragility of existence. I remember the darkness creeping in, the weight of loss a shroud over our souls, as we grappled with the truth that in this dance of power and vision, the lines between savior and destroyer blurred beneath the weight of history. Mehmed, Ali, and Elif, three souls intertwined, caught in the maelstrom of ambition, loyalty, and despair. Their stories were not just theirs, they echoed through the ages, a reminder that in the pursuit of greatness, the heart often grows heavy with the burdens of choice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows lengthening like old wounds, I understood that this was only the beginning. The echoes of the past would linger, a haunting refrain leading us into the unknown.